Alright, the second day. Ah! What's gonna happen? Oh, who knows? I was like, this scene looks familiar. Are we back here again? Holy crap, okay. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please someone explain it in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion, grabbing some food without permission. I hope I don't fall asleep, please. I know, sorry it's a late stream. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry-cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham... Is this Jessica? Or, no, Jessica's dead. Your ingredients are out of luck, too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you. You could have... Ew, I don't want Goda to cook me. You could have been reborn as more incredible food. Okay. Okay, I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be 2400, midnight. October 5th, the second day would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how... Oh, maybe this is Battler. That's just how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for the entire day, a full 24 hours... Sorry, I'm trying to put my hair up. Nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. Surely nothing will happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't matched with the other side. Sorry. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell... I'm sure she has a reason. For no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. I asked where Maria was, but she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you trying to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George, Aniki, and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you went near the chapel, so I'd never been there, but at least I knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open up the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than the old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. It was the remains of Aunt Natsuhi and the others who'd become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Huh? She lay next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. Maria died? I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl. At the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion swinging the hat stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard." But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might plan to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways. But in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest, and even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall where the first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed, but in her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother dead? I have no fucking clue. Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violent mutated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? 'Cause Maria and Beatrice are besties! True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria what if Maria's playing dead? That'd be funny. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of the dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Kraus' group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open up and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had to be some trick, like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location, so at the very least there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice, some kind of contraption like that? I would not put it past Kinzo. That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it. That's exactly what I said. I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. Oh my god. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist and I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure, since they claim that pitfalls were there. Excuse me, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. Ooh, lots of talking. More talking, let's go. The next ones to be killed were Jessica. How come you called George your brother, but Jessica not your sister? That pisses me off, that's sexist. And why George? Oh! Sorry, I just remembered how much I hate George for a second. Why not Jessica One? I love Jessica One-sama. One. Fuck you, Battler! Imagine if this got English dub instead of being a Kickstarter scam. She is younger? Is that why? Oh, whatever. Hi, strange coincidence, how are you? How is it a Kickstarter scam? I don't know what you mean by that. I hope you're doing well though, welcome. I'm good, eating chicken. Nice, nice. I discovered George when I'd been called out for my test. He had called out to the arbor. Oh, he had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. There is a Kickstarter for a dub for this, but it went nowhere. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I like listening to it in Japanese anyways, but I'm sorry that there was a scam. That sucks. That's horrible. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. Where, by the way, we're in the tea party of chapter 4. You need to learn to be more weeb to understand these stuffs. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I mean, you should see my room. It's literally... most people would call me a weeb, but real weebs don't think I'm a weeb. I always explain this, but then my friends are like, no, you are. But I'm like, you don't understand. I'm really not compared to people who actually know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what's happening. Anyways, side tangent. The door to her room was locked. But that wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Aw, Jessica, no. I'm the true weave as well. True that, legendary. True that. Not Jessica! Anissa! But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I'd built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. You getting there, taking the first steps. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. Aww. Jessica, no, you're supposed to be with Cannon right now. It looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression while listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, and she also said this. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in part way through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless, but she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things, and that both of them were made to the same part of the body? What? Oh, yeah, sorry, I got confused. In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that. No, it was a magical light beam. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would have become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from the massive blood loss. That seems to add up more or less, except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of the final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George Aniki being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Aniki had been summoned, it was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of the typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki, so she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Because she did it on accident. Because of Gap's portal. Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kirie's corpse as well. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kirie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirie-san lay crumpled in the corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. After pulling it out, I realized this might get me into trouble with the police later, so a little too late I set it down by Kirie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made from, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I thought she got pierced with the light thing, though, not a stake. Maybe they changed methods? Because the light things weren't hitting her? I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, the stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. Oh, so maybe they... Oh, okay. He just helped me. Because they do this all the time where they kill them one way, but the last death after reviving them has to be like the ritual, so that's what they did. She was probably killed with a gun or something like George Aniki, and then the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. It does make it easier to accept, Battler, thank you. But was Kirie-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kirie-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, oops. She mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kirie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack, but a golden thread attacking her through the keyhole? Chup. I looked through the door. I looked at the door from Kirie-san's perspective. It had been one of those old keyholes you see in mystery movies, where you can peek through the other side, and then it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in the mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through a keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated from the outside and attacked. A cylinder lock. And a keyhole? But despite that, Kirie-san said something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her, and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. It meant a literal golden thread, Battler. But even so, Kirie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kirie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone had said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they all had said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole days, my feelings of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in the extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, And on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted each other. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half smashed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of the Kuadorian and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design, like the one that had been buried into Kiryu-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that the stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the six in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stake like Kiryu-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kiryu-san spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside of it. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon's corpses. RIP. Fuck you, Nanjo. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and although they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having looked directly at Shan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that the inside was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had been apparently at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they only had one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion Kuadorian. There was a secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me! This time I'll storm into your mansion! The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it wasn't really something a human could pass through. If I had known better, I wouldn't have thought anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kiryu-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage in its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid. No matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism, but no matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kiryu-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we locked Goda-san and Kumasama-san in there. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion the whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools in there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. Good, fuck you, Kinzo. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into a blazing fires at the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right, I think I heard it from Dad some time ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to the Ushiromiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain that this is grandfather's body just from a number of toes. I can't believe how common that is. Is it common? How common does it say? Oh, cool. More common than I thought it was? Oh, awesome. I've seen people with it. I think it looks cool. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler room in a place like this and die. Why would he just go in there and die? The way he said that is just... Why would he do that? Why would he go and get stuffed in a boiler and die? What, like, hello? I doubt he did it on purpose. Well, I don't know. Kinzo's crazy. Maybe he did. A mysterious corpse burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and then was thrown away? Oh, that'd be cool. Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear his side of the story. Juicy mode activate. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. Figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san and Kumasawa-san corpses. I bet they're gone. I bet they're gone. Mystic J. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, Mr. J. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Oh, they're not gone. Hello, you two. We're glad Goda's dead. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. R.I.P. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor, and both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the length had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both their weights as the heads lolled, both of them had some slack below the knees. This meant that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would have probably been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of... Well, that's not true because they were lying down in the first game and they all got discovered, so... To make the deaths of those two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question, because this can't be explained by a hanging. If they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said there was only 1 key to the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key, and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is it that despite the fact that almost all the other corpses were shot to death and left completely alone, just these 2 corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After all this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler room was grandfather's, the deaths of the 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here. There are 16 corpses. Cannon's corpse? What happened to Cannon? Is he deeper or something? I don't remember where he died. He died near Shannon. Is it because he's in the well? Cannon's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. He fell? Oh, right, he fell. Well, there's my answer. According to Kirei-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness steps of the well, but it seems that the jet black darkness had no intentions of showing me its depths with the light of that level. It looked like I have to break the bars after all. Using hatchets and things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over, until my hands started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand the story about how Cannon-kun cut through metal bars. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And that he used that to burn through the bars? Still, what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you find in those robot anime I'd love as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how did Cannon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I wanted to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well, beyond this cover. If Cannon-kun could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of Cannon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Cannon-kun? He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kirie-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Cannon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? No, how dare you? What the heck, am I gonna start treating him like a culprit just because I can't find his corpse?
Oh. 死体がないだけで犯人扱い。疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だったよ。よかろう。カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわぬ。わらわが赤にて保証する。カノンは死亡している。キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけだ。
死体がない以上、カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない。
わらわが赤で囁いたところで、だがそなたに届いた。
She's talking to me. Ooh, woo. At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought as magic. Are we about 1/4 of the way through, you think? Or half, or less, more? Through the tea party? Golden threads that attack through keyholes. I feel like I've been talking for a third, kinda. Alright, a third. No, we have testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, and the rabbit-like demons who had fired gold threads. I think there was more, but each part of that was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it. I was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. An editor might help. Ryu07? Oh, Ryokishi, you mean? There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn Giza. And more. That damn Giza. Do. All stuff I don't get. Pah! Oops. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kirie-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kirie-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. He's reading your mind. I don't get it. Well, I just think it's magic, but there's stuff that I don't get too. I want to know what Battler did 6 years ago, but apparently I'm not going to learn that for, like, ever. So, At the very, very end, Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up inside the guest house. Really useful battler. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Oh my god, he's becoming his grandpa. Either way, there are strange contradictions or coincidences. Yep, there are for sure. Like, I'm a magic believer, but like, even then, there's a bunch of shit that I don't understand. Lots of stuff I don't know. Beatrice is confusing. It's like you start to think you understand, but you really don't. I don't even know. I want to know what Battler did. I want to know what you did, Battler. He's literally sounding like Kinzo right now. He's drunk and screaming at Beatrice to show up. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You wanna kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly midnight. Then the sound of the bell rang, proclaiming that midnight had arrived. Ooh. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who am I in the world? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase.
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与えた。人間側の権利行使は十分。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェは良い駒であったな。
Yeah, she feels bad about what happened to Angie.
エンジェの名をお前が口にするんじゃ。
She's not the one who killed her!
あれは奇跡によって現れ、自らを生贄にして、そなたに絶対の勝利の執念を与えた。
エンジェの名を口にするな。
Bruh, she didn't kill her! You're mad at the wrong person.
あの無残な死は、そなたにとって必要なものだ。あの死を見なければ、そなたは本気にならない。エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければ、そなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
つまり
I'm gonna go grab food.
必要な生贄だったというわけだ。
I'm running.
そうでなくて、そなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれない。わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩す。 兵に達してる表現。これは駒ではないわ。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。駒はどれほど活躍しようと盤上を離れることを。しかし切り札はどんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったのだ。
エンゼの名を口にするんじゃな。
At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンチを待たせてる。俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は1秒たりともありはしない。
ならばどうすればよいか分かっている。
ああ、お前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。さあ追っ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
素直に一言、わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
感謝す
お前も。
I'll kill you.
る。ならばよし、始めようぞバトラー。さあ魔女狩りの時間だ。わらわを追ってみろ、追い詰めてみろ、殺してみろ。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden.
先手はどちらか
俺だ。
ら。潔よし。
In the rose garden, the beautiful rose petals danced. The color of the rose petals was red. Did the fact that they face each other in the beautiful rose garden prove or claim to red a single truth? Japanese screaming and determination is so good. I know, right? I love this music. Oh, that's cool. Jamming out right now. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is forget-me-not, and that flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ。全てを一番最初から一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
よかろう。そなたのお手並みを拝見しよう。来い。
行くぜ。すでに宣言済みだがもう一度言う。こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ。一番最初からのあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場面を切り裂ける。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。よって島の本当の人数は17人。そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。
I don't think that's
こ
true.
の人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても 犯行は可能になる。これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず、違憲18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる。
You can break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt. Do not die before this episode ends. I'll try not to die. I don't know why I would. By making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Byato counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Byato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from there a protest being made by her red truth? Byato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her.
悪くない。だがまだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ。この程度では足りぬ。続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎があるぞ。
どの謎だ？
第2のゲームの終盤でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き連れ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された。夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ、残る全ての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にあった。犯人 X が存在しようとも密室構築は不可能なはず。
Dun 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 dun. The blue wedge that pierced Byato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out.
いや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば、あれは密室でも何でもないんだ。
いや、入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてはローザが管理した。
だが、ローザおばさんが共犯でローザおばさんは犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し、密室殺人を幇助した。そしてその後、同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ。甘いぜベアート。こんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している。
そうであったな。
The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out. It regained its strong blue strength again, thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Byato again, eating into her foot. Byato let out a cry of anguish at that pain.
まだ答えぬ。まだだ。まだだ。
さらに続けて第3のゲームだ。6連結の連鎖密室。ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人、親父たちのホールでの死亡、クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんの殺人、エヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。これは当時すでに論破済み。それに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後、南條先生殺し18人、これで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。反論はあるか？
無論この程度答えはせぬわ。ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。赤き真実を追加しよう。ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。窓から飛び去ったのだ。
In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Oh, this music's so cool. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs, but because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Kraus and Natsu's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Bito had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window, but all the windows had been locked from the inside.
だからなんだ、お前の言葉通りだぞ。窓から飛び去ったんだろ。下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし、あの大雨だ。多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう。
赤き真実を繰り返す。外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていたぞ。しかもそれらの施錠はすべて外側からは不可能。ジョージには施錠する術はない。
青き真実を繰り返す。当時の俺も言っているぜ。ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。何も難しいことはない。
Bito couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて青き真実は未だ揺るがない。ならばお前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは今回の第4の。
わらわが赤き真実にて反撃していない以上、そういうことこの度のゲームでのみ魔女を証明せねばなるまいな。よかろう。存分に来るがよ。
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない。18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、桐江さんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。ジョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。不審な点はない。だが分かってるぜ、反撃があるんだろ。来いよ。
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金そう来ることはわらわだから金蔵を書斎より出した。この金蔵を親族会議の全員が親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
そうだな。だがじい様はずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。俺はこう返す。そのじい様は別人の替え玉だ。親族たちがじい様と見間違えた別人だ。
Like a homunculus?
ならばわらわはこう返す。すべての人物は後宮金蔵を見間違わない。いかなる変装であったとしても後宮金蔵を見間違わない。
ならばこう返す。お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を以後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもってそれ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。よって食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
ならばこう返そうぜ。4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の静止設定は第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
副賞要求。各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
副賞拒否。答えぬよバトル。わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
くそ、じじいね。俺の前に立ちふさがりやがれ。我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
Oh, I thought he was calling her a geezer. Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Huh, is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beato?
バトラーよ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。死ねい。
What the? Hello? Kinza's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the whole world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me up in one gulp. Faced with that dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes tightly.
黙りな、死に損ないの亡霊め。
ほう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。それがお前の命取りよ。第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
The black dragon's vast snout, its mouth, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の第3のゲームが俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。あばよ、クソじじい。こいつでお別れだぜ。俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。
よかろう、存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
行くぜ、クソじじい。金蔵の名は後宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。後宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。そしてその名を誰かが継承した。
That's an
全員
interesting
が承
theory.
認した。それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
That's a
じい
good
様の
theory.
変装をする必要さえもないのさ。一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのによって見間違えるわけもない。以上の仮説が否定されない限りお前が死んでいるというこれでとどめだぜ。クソじじい、お前に副賞要求だ。全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
できんな。
Oh my god.
安らかに眠りな、クソじじい。 感謝しろよ。お前やっと死ねたんだぜ。こいつが引導だ。食らってくたばりな。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ、あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ。以上の仮説で
Well, we do know that Kraus had part of the gold with
金蔵
him.
は親族会議に登場することができる。どうだよ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Checkmate da. Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again.
あとリーチ。
金蔵、今日までありがとう。安らかそなたの日々を忘れぬ。
Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered. This song is so late 90s, it is so early 2000s, you're right. Umineko Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness weren't the real thing.
バトラー。
恨むな。死者は眠らせろ。起こすな。次こそこれでお前も最後だ。
Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. I thought Beato would be way better. To Darude's Sandstorm? Oh my god, I can't. Because in the last games, Beato was a lot, like, stronger with her arguments, so I'm surprised she's not this time.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。
What about the second canon and stuff, you know? Like, there's so much stuff she could bring up.
お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だがそろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。逃げも隠れもせぬ。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い、後宮バトラー。
I don't want you to die, Beatrice.
おう、金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残りすべてをおう。
Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. Wait, what the hell did I just hit? I don't know. I alt tabbed and I did something. What happened? Oh my god, there we go. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残りすべてを貫く。第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる。地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後のマリアも全て18人目の X で説明できる。何もおかしなことはない。以上にて全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間ベアトリーチェ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
チェックメイトだ。No! It was. Why was that so short? What the heck? Stop! I don't want her to die. Can I veto this? Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato had grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. Ugh, here we go with the music.
こりゃ 死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌だ。
With both hands, Bito firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable to even hide her tears at the pain, Bito howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。これが最後の反撃ならバトラー、我が魔法の数々。どう一番最初に登場したのは第2のゲームにおいて、わらわがマリアのカボチャ。この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
Certainly at the time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and fixing the marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では、だからわらわはその目撃者を極限までそれこそが今回のゲームよ。我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらの全てを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
ステイルメイト。魔法があるから魔法はある。そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。誰が何人魔法を目撃しよう。それは魔法の存在の証明にはならない。俺はお前が見せてきた全ての魔法の存在するしないの遺憾にかかわらず、それは俺の不可侵の権利である。違ったか。
At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands
やは
away.
り抜けぬか。
As Battler is now, even if I pulled up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demanded an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny them all. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow is fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities.
わらわは無理かもしれん。分かっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。勝てるかもしれないと始めたゲームだった。簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中でいつかは奇跡が起こると信じてた。何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。しかし今やその奇跡は完全に失われた。そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り、私には万一の奇跡も絶対にない。いや、奇跡も絶対もない。勝利はなく引き分けによる終了もない。唯一許された決着、敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。 されるためだけに戦っている。
Miracle or certainty, burn in lambda. Yup. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sisters waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual, obviously. From the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am.
前回のゲームは面白かったな。ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かったな。そうだよ、あそこで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
これでチェックメイトか。
Sag.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beato had been run through with several blue ran through with several blue stakes skewered over and over to the ground while standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over, and still looking up into the sky was sewn in place. The tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives, and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified.
終わりなのか、ベアト。
グーの音も出ぬわ。
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
無茶を言う。この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。早くとどめを刺せよ。言っちまえよ。お前の以上により魔女は存在しないって言っちまえよ。その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
ダメだな。
ほう、わらわにこれ以上生き恥を。
Beato had a train run through her of blue stakes. Oh god.
すでに決着はついておろうに。
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いは。
Bro, you're being ruthless. She's literally dying. She can't stand up, you fucking idiot.
お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
Oh my god, let her give up.
いいではないかよ。投了でそれでそなたの勝ちだろうが。とっとと妹のところへ帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていけ。
俺は言ったはずだ。逃げない。そしてお前を逃がさないとな。お前は何者だ。そして一体何が望みだったんだ。
それが知りたくばそなたの18番でも試せばよい。いいではないか。ただの妄想幻想、それでいいではないか。
全然ダメだぜ。俺はお前を逃がさない。
God damn, this story is so good.
俺はお前をこのまま逃がしてなるもんか。
He wants to understand her. Well, yeah, because it's confusing as fuck. I don't ship them though.
打ち破る
Never.
完全にな。だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。お前はまだなんてか隠してる。俺にはわかる。
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれ
Ew,
る
no! What? I should. Okay. Sorry, I don't. Sorry. I think that's gross because Kinzo literally kidnapped her and held her hostage. I had to cough, it was so gross. I ship. Okay. Controversial, but I ship her and Rosa because when she was younger, Rosa was like the first person she met and she like let her out of her dungeon and showed her the world and promised to go on all these dates with her, and Beato could heal Rosa into not being an abusive mother because Beatrice likes Maria and they'd all be one big happy family. No, she wasn't. Rosa was just younger. Don't call her that. Ew. Kinzo was way older than Beatrice and held her captive. And Beatrice is like way older than Battler, so Beatrice and Rose is the only acceptable ship for me.
いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを、お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの
She didn't kill Angie
腕
though.
の感触が残ってるんだよ。
Do I ship Battler with anyone? No. He's just there. There hasn't been anyone to show up to ship him with. I've been waiting, but he doesn't have any chemistry with anyone. It was like maybe Jessica a little bit, but Jessica and Cannon are full on. Like that ship has sailed. That's been on the sea for like ages. So he's just there until someone else shows up.
許さない。だからそんなことで。
Oh, I forgot they were cousins. My bad. Well, they don't act like cousins. I assume he's cousins with George because he calls him Aniki, but he just calls her Jessica, and they're so distant that I forget. My bad. Alright, I never shipped them, clearly, because incest is bad. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. But he also was talking about her tits in the beginning, so, like, you can't blame me entirely for thinking that. The time has long since passed, during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。
It's not incest in Japan.
どうすればいいんだよ。
Is anything incest in Japan?
どうすれば。負けを認めるためだけに無限に戦うのも。無限の魔
I
女
mean, incest is bad. Power dynamics and stuff. It's not weird, we have the same parents. Oh god, that's... Ew, ew, no. Stop. Okay, what the fuck?
バトラに勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた無限の魔女。悲しいな。こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。もう嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんてもう。
Was Beatrice forced to do this the whole time?
嫌だ。勝ちはなく引き分け終了もない。ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は 魔女の道に落ちた時から悪魔と契約をしたその日から末路は悲劇であると約束されていたでは。
どうした？黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。六軒島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokenjima. Ha 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 ha. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Byacho faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler.
愚か者め、そなたの健闘をたたえ慢心したな。
それは譲られるものじゃねえ。お前から奪い取るものだ。お前だってそうだろうが。俺が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出す、そんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから、前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。
Yeah, this music's good.
そうさ、俺は前回お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか。だからその借りをこれで返す。俺の仇、俺の黄金の魔女。
Ew, she's not yours, weirdo. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. It's not yours. Where did that come from? He respects her as a strong opponent. Yeah.
バカが。
She's not your golden witch, though. These men are possessive in this game.
愚か者が。二度とチャンスがあると思うな。
Aw, poor Byato. When Byato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest flew into bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish.
まだ抜けてないぜ。18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない。
そなたの副賞要求の一つに応じ、そなたの推理の全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。しかしならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在、それを金蔵の分一人減らす。この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない。以上とはつまり18人目を含めるぞ。
Well then.
18人目の X は存在しない。
She sure turned around quick.
これは全ゲームに共通することである。
See, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting her to do something like that the whole time.
そら見ろ、やっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた。それが1人減って17人になり、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。
Then, okay. Well, now, okay, so now that I processed what just happened, I'm confused. If Kinzo is dead since the beginning, what was the Kinzo I've seen? What about the Kinzo Natsu he spoke to? Who said she was good? Was that not... Was that Kinzo? I don't know what. That changed everything for you? Oh, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still think it's magic, so it doesn't change that much for me. But, like, it changes a bit. I'm like, what? I don't understand what Kinzo was. I mean, if it's just a bunch of homunculuses running around, I would understand that. Because of the Kinzo. The story is lying. You're lying. Then why even put it there? Isn't that a spoiler? If you're telling me the story was lying,
これだ。お前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜かれたな。
It's not that it hasn't told me itself that it's
戦
lying,
いは
so I'm gonna believe
ゼ
it.
ロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
The blue wedge that had sewn Beato into place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. It told you he's dead? Yeah, I know. But we still saw Kinzo. So, that doesn't mean it's lying. It just means there was a part of, I don't know, maybe that's Kinzo's ghost or Kinzo resurrected, a homunculus of Kinzo. It's not spoiler. Then when you saw him, that's lying? Well, even if it's magic, Kinzo is dead. We can't believe everything we've seen so far, at least not how it was shown to us. Well, you guys can do that. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing and believing everything. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who had ruled. I want to believe. It said in red that no one can mistake Kinzo. Why are you so determined to, like, go against me right now? Real Mulder energy. The figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokunjima. I'm still gonna believe everything. I don't give a fuck. There's a homunculus of Kinzo. I'm enjoying your reaction, to be honest. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's what I'm hoping for all of you. The magic of Kinzo's inner thoughts reached Natsuki. Because I don't care what you say, that part, I want that part to be true, because I was like the one, like, I get it, like, yeah, the likeliness of the one time Kinzo being nice to Natsuki makes it seem very unlikely that it's true. But that's more so why I want it to be true. I'm gonna believe in the magic that it actually happened. You actually remind me of one of these characters, I won't say who. Is it, a character in the Answers arc? Because, yeah, don't say who if it's in the Answers arc, but if it's someone in the Questions arc, who do I remind you of? Is it Shion? Because Shion's literally me. Who do I remind you of? Is it Chester 45? Because that's also me. I mean, I'm assuming you're gonna say Jessica, because I don't know who else it could be. Beatrice? I could only think of Beatrice or Jessica. Better not say George, that's what I... Better not say I'm like George, that's one fucking thing. Leotards, please. I know, I want to cosplay all the characters I relate to one day. Like, probably the first one that I have ready-ish. I still need to get more parts of it, but I have a Sayaka Maizono cosplay coming one day. But I have so many characters I want to cosplay, like Kamina, Misa, Shion. I mean, there's so many. Lucy / Neil. There's just... I don't even know, the list goes on.
第1のゲーム、第1の番からだ。
第1の番。
最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
有効だ。続けるぞ。次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人。
Literally, the list goes on, but the money doesn't. It hurts how true that is.
チェーンまでかかった密室であったぞ。赤き真実を追加する。2人は他殺である。密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また殺人は執行者犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない。
犯人には アリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。
Dead.
最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。これが実は偽装死体で、犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X が2人を殺したとの仮説は可能だ。そして犯人は密室殺人構築後、ベッドの下に隠れ俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
I have no idea what's going on, I'm gonna be honest.
よ
Oh my god, I got so distracted with cosplay.
ボイラー室に至ったカノンが殺された。
Alright, I remember when Cannon was killed. By Beatrice.
赤き真実を追加する。
Or someone with a stake, but by the butterflies.
すべての生存者にアリバイがある。さらに死者も含めようぞ。つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。
No! Cannon's not a killer. Don't say
カ
that.
ノン君は自殺かもしれない。
No! You're
小要
wrong.
求
You're
カノン君
wrong.
は自殺ではない。
カノンは自殺ではない。
Get
重
fucking
ねる
wrecked.
ぜ。副賞要求。カノン君は他殺された。
副将を拒否する。
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。つまり他殺ではないんだ。これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。
It was an
状況は不
accident.
明だ。
Meh.
事故死というわけさ。
No, he died from the butterflies.
胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような、どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
ほうほう。悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは今や敵なしだな。有効であるぞ。ならばその後の客間にての源氏、男女、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。無論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。そしてもちろん3人は他殺だ。
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
身元不明死体についてそのすなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
Didn't you do that in the first game?
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ、同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。
Imagine! That would be so random!
その後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。
Brilliant deduction. Good, yeah, that's a great guess,
これ
Batley.
ならどうだ。
なんという暴論。気に入った。赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。身元不明死体は一切なく、生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。
Battler spits gold here, Kappa.
夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。あの銃は構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた罠の銃だ。
夏日の額に埋まりし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。そして特定の時刻に特定の場所に立つように強いられて、あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。
素晴らしい。そなたの暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。敬意を表し第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぞ。感服したわ。
The instant Byato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound.
これくらいでは答えぬわ。まだまだ来い。第2のゲームだ。
Byato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest, but even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Byato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her, just by her existing there. We've been killed and harassed over and over, and Angie's been burdened with the future of isolation.
そうとも。わらわがここにいて、ただ笑うだけでも、永遠のそなたを妹に返しはしない。妹は、彼らの家族に1000年の間、泣き続ければよい。
くそが情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2ゲームだ。まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了後に密かにマリアのカバンに戻したんだ。
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で、礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能、つまり事件前に開錠しておいて扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。そして鍵をマリアに預けた。施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
扉は
Also, it's ironic that Battler's like, I can still feel Angie on my back, which was totally here because of only magic, but magic isn't real. Like, okay, pretty sure it is. Pretty sure magic is real. Like, whether everything is, I mean, most likely it's gonna be like Higurashi, where it's like a mixture of magic and real shit. Like, there's probably some real murders and some magic shit going on. But, like, I just find that funny. That he's like, I can feel Angie on my back! The Angie from the future! That was brought into this magical game I'm playing against a witch, but magic isn't real, by the way.
6人の中に犯人がいて、5人を殺し、死んだふりをしていた。
6人は発見時にすでに全員死亡していた。全員が他殺だ。6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者であり、相互の殺人には関与しない。相打ち殺人は存在しない。
熊沢さんをはじめ、当時アリバイがない人間が存在し、そんな誰かが6人を殺し、内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。よってその引きこもり密室は通用しない。どうしたよ後ろ宮バートラー。第2のゲームからは甘くないぜ。
It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. The stakes and wedges of blue truth I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Byato cut them down, one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword, knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. The intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath go ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her.
まだだぜ。俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて、つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性。気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の詳細については悪魔の証明。説明拒否。
なんだよそりゃ。小型爆弾。
But Bieto failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. Just eat a little bit of bomb. Mini bomb-bombs. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think the theory's pretty screwed up.
好きなだけ笑いやがれ。文句があるのか。
なし。その暴論や心地よし。次なるジェシカとカノンの密室は。
問題ない。使用人の誰かが犯人であればマスターキーを使える。
Most memes about Umineko's about the small bombs, really?
密室ですらない。
その後、使用人室でカノンらしき謎の人物が襲いかかり、南條と熊沢が殺されたな。カノンの死亡はあの時刻以前に赤で宣言済みだった。ならば、あのカノンは何者だというのだ。
カノン君の死亡は赤で宣言済みならば生きているわけがない。よって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。
彼らは異なる人物をカノンと誤認することは絶対にない。
Canon came back from the dead.
ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと
Oh yeah,
仮定
Canon's
で
name
きる。
wasn't actually Canon's name, so that is true. Sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Buto's left flank. Maybe it hit it in a bad place since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. Poor Buto.
またしてもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。ゲーム盤上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実にシャーシャーとのたま。しかし有効だ。その暴言心地よし。心地よいぞ。これは痛みではない。心地よさだ。
When Buto howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain.
いいのか。続けていくぜ。第2のゲームの最後の殺人。夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は赤で反論はあるか。なければ第2のゲームも俺のものだ。
ああ、ないぞ。そのようなさまつで戦うのもつまらない。くれてやる。第2のゲームなぞ貴様にくれてやるわ。
Buto unlocks her M fetish. Bruh. Bruh. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, two blue stakes gouged through Buto's chest this time. Aww, the witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain.
痛えのか。
No shit it hurts, Battler. Are you stupid?
いやいや、くすぐったいくらいよ。全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればな。お前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ。
ぶち殺してやる。お前を同じ細切れにしてやる。次だ。第3のゲームだ。 いつまでへばってやがる。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのはこれからだ。
無論よ、これくらいでへばるものか。そうとも、まだまだこれからよ。さあ、第3のゲームを始めようぜ。まずは最初の6連結の連鎖密室。本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている。しかしそなたは金蔵を殺してしまった。
At the time, I theorized Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he'd constructed his own closed room in the boiler room, and that he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However...
問題ない。ジジイ以外にも犯行可能な人間は大勢いる。親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ
This is a brilliant one, by the way.
個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
なら毒ガスで殺したんだ。鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
I was able to solve it when I was playing. Well, I still think it's magic. Though I wasn't able to solve the easier ones.
さらに赤を重ねようぜ。金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
I don't know if this... I hate to say it, but if this game just ends up being logic, 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 I'm not gonna be very happy. I'm not gonna really like the game.
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後、連鎖密室を構築した。しかし、最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。
But that's just me personally.
だが、戻すことは
Did
で
I
きた
ask
ぜ。
why is there magic? What is magic?
死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
Wait, hold on. Let me see what was going on here. They filled with poisonous gas. All of them that would appear to be gunshot wounds were fatal, murdering them from the outside. When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I already claimed a while that there were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit linked a closed room. The culprit had no way to return. And yet they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover a corpse. Okay. Sorry, I had to reread it. This is the heart. I don't think it's solvable yet, honestly, unless you throw things out there. I did hear that some random Japanese guy did solve it and everyone called him an idiot at the time, but I mean, everyone was just throwing wild theories out there. Without love, it can't be seen. Well, there are 3 people that were able to solve it at this point and weren't Japanese. I don't... Oh, Jesus. I remember being so upset by the premise of this game after the end of the first tea party that I actually quit for months, because no matter what, it creates a contradiction is logic that cannot be resolved. What do you mean magic and witches are fake? Let me prove it to you with magical means. But there are still so many fun parts after that. I don't feel like that much anymore. That's funny. I can totally understand why you would be frustrated by that. That's funny. Well, I'm not it's not funny that, you know what I mean, right? I'm not laughing at you. Like, it's silly, you know what I mean? Like, it's fun to look back on. I don't know. I'm starting to get a little sad, honestly. I'm not really happy. I don't really like being convinced of stuff either, so I don't know, we'll just keep playing and see what happens. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Beato was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again, and now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing. The many faces of Beato.
親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。いいぜ、それでもいいんだぜ。家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて、決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェのところに帰れよ。
Fucking tell him, Beatrice.
それでこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。
The only person signing him on right now is Beatrice. It's me and Beatrice against the world. Fuck all you logic bitches. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. This is people when they find out I ship Beato and Rosa. I got an angry YouTube comment about it. It's really funny.
命乞いの必要はねえぜ。絶対にこの手で最悪の死を与えてやる。
Answers will make you see the whole thing in a new light and fall in love with what it's trying to say. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I bought Answers, so we will be playing that after this. Well, I don't know about today. I haven't downloaded it, never mind, so I can't play it today. I have to download it and get the mod for it. But we will be playing it soon. Gotta finish this first.
それに見合う最後を与えてくれるだろうよ。ああ、それは痛いのか、辛いのか、それともくすぐったいのかな。これくらいで答えるかよ。来いよ、後ろ宮バトラー。まだ謎は残ってるぜ。
Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. But we know Ava didn't do it. I know Ava didn't do it. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Gold Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins or who loses. Battler was sexy. Wait. Oh yeah, this game starts out with Rob Liefeld mode, where all the girls have insane proportion. Yeah, it does. The normal way that all the girls have insanely huge tits. It's crazy. I believe that you can see the game whatever way you want. I really love the way you like magic, like I told you from the beginning. Oh, thank you. Well, yeah. And I appreciate everyone's perspectives and how you guys. I'm not trying to, shit on how you guys see the game or saw it when you were playing it the first time. Like, I think all ways are totally valid. I'd be a little silly sometimes. I'm just being honest, you know? I really do believe in the magic. And I think it would be a little sad if there's not so much magic, you know? No, you are, and I'm okay with that, don't worry. I have been told that I'm a very blunt person. I've been told I don't hold back, what I think. So, you know, that's me. That's me, Shion, literally. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Isn't that literally what this game is, though? Yeah, we aren't playing. We're fighting. Sorry. Jessica Ushiromiya never died. She just got knocked out and drifted towards an English-speaking country and now just... Oh my god. So you do think I'm like Jessica? I thought I was like her at first too. I don't know if she's fully me, but I do relate to her a lot in some ways. That's so funny. But hey, speaking of Jessica, strange coincidence. We were talking. I was like, why is Battler even fighting Beatrice in the first place when he can be in the Golden Land with everyone fucking in bliss? Right? You know what? It's because Jessica, in the first tea party, she's the one at the end who said, Battler, you have to resist the witch. If she hadn't have said that, this whole thing wouldn't have kept going and going and all this stuff. So, I'm just saying, that's suspicious. That's suspicious, Miss Jessica. Burn the witch. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. How would you know that without magic, Battler? Care to explain that? How the fuck do you even know that Angie... Yeah, huh? Explain to me that, logic, people. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can.
ボロボロだな。虫の息ってやつか。
Sorry, I'm sorry, I knocked over my glass, and you know, that's something to scream about because my keyboard is near my glass. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for screaming. I'm so sorry. I was really panicked that I was about to wreck my keyboard and everything, but nothing spilled. Everything is okay. Because it knocked over one glass knocked over another glass. I'm so sorry. I was just terrified. I could have lost it all. Alright? My keyboard, my controller, my mic. Alright? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My life. My whole life. Oh, that game, that woke me up a bit.
いらねえようだな。容赦。
元よりそのつもりもなかろうが。
存分に行くぜ。
存分行くぜ。行くぜ。
そうせよ。
そうせよ。I'm sorry.
逆の立場だった時、わらわは容赦しなかった。だからそなたも。そのチャンスがあったならそうするべきであろうが。じゃないとまた別の世界の孤独な演者を。
But she didn't summon this Angie. Burncastle did. So shouldn't you be mad at Burncastle, if anyone, Battler? But no, it's all Beato's fault. Everything's her fault. Surely nothing else is at fault for anything. Humph! I refuse to believe that. Like, obviously she doesn't mean this. She felt bad for Angie. She's just doing her thing. She's trying to get him to kill her quickly. That's what we saw earlier in the chapter. Please kill me quickly. Let's make a deal here. When you finish, let me tell you what I believe the game is, and you can tell us what you believe is without fighting. How about I tell you what I believe the game is, Then you can tell me what you believe the game is. I go first. I'm just... Yeah, after I finish the whole game. For sure, we can do that. Yeah. You're like, yeah, whatever. Whatever, diva.
親族もそして使用人のみんなも
Not my
お
relatives.
前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ
Sasa
俺はすで
nese.
に第4のゲームの謎も全て青き真実で打ち破っている残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後南條先生の殺人だけだぜ
I don't remember. How did... Can you refresh my memory how Nanjo died in the third game?
おやわらわはもうそんなところまで追い詰められてい
What happened in the third game?
たわらわも
I don't fucking remember.
面白いであるな
The spider web in the end? What? There was this... Why do I not remember that at all? Why can I not remember that? What? Third game. Okay. Third game was Ava. Ava. In the red web? When Ava cornered them? Why do I not remember this? What the fuck? I'm like mad at my brain. Remember brain. I know, right? Isn't that crazy? I don't remember anything. Wait, okay, when did he die? Did he die towards the beginning or the end? Let's see, Ava. Ava's the only one who survived. Okay, I remember they were all at the guest house. This is so important scene. I know, I'm trying to remember so I'm like prepared for the scene. It's one of the best. Should I just go anyways? I don't remember. That's so weird. Should I just look up Nanjo Death Chapter 3? Talking about the web scene? I believe that you're talking about the web scene. I just look it up on YouTube. Okay. Let's open up our trusty web. Okay, hold on. Nanjo Death Chapter 3. This is very risky. You're very ah! Don't worry. There is no results for it. For whatever reason, Super Danganronpa 2 Chapter 3 is there. Type Red Web Chapter 3. Red Web Chapter 3. Umineko. Oh, I remember this. Okay, okay. Red Web of Truth. Oh, let me mute it. Here, I'll show you guys too, so you can see. So you guys can see what I'm looking at. Oh, not that. Andrea found the code to the future society building. Alright, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, I can't adjust it. We're just gonna... Okay, there we go. This? Is it this? Yeah? Ava's alive. Jessica's alive. This is all 18. Oh, wait. What did Mananjo die? I know! I can't believe I don't remember. I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I so dumb? Rosa's dead, Maria's dead. I don't see Nanjo, Genji, Shannon, Goda, Kumasawa. Oh, there we go. Nanjo's at the end. 15 people mentioned are dead. Did he die right before this? Ah, fuck it. I just don't remember. Oh well. Whatever. Hey, I told y'all I was an airhead. I don't lie. Alright, she coughed violently, spitting up blood. Sorry for that break. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural.
Toいうことは、この南條先生殺しの謎だけ
Can
が
you say it in red?
お前が魔女だ
I don't remember
最後の防衛
in
戦
red.
ってことだ
The mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murders. The last line of defense, which I can't. It's ironic that this is the one, like, one of the only things I can't remember. I remember a lot.
これを破られたのだ。わらわは全ての謎を破られたこと。そなたの真実のいずれかも。新しき赤き真実でわらわ死ぬ。
追い詰められて風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぜ。まだ何か隠し玉を持ってやがるな。
さあどうわらわはもはや千年の長すぎる生涯にあいている。その果てに巡り合ったそなたという好敵手によって生涯を閉じるのも悪くないと思い始めている。そなたならやれるよな。やってくれよ。頼むよ。殺してくれ。殺してばっかりでさ、殺された試しがねえんだよ。お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もね、一回くらいは経験してみてんだよ。
It was a graceless show of boldness unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth, her once again beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand up in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously, without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it might be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing, and is prepared to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. You're evil, Battler. Okay, maybe you're not. Actually, you are. You did something 6 years ago. And I don't know what you did, but I bet you're evil. Fuck you, Battler. Back off of my Beatrice, bitch. She's my golden witch, not yours. That's the real shit, me and Beatrice. Pure evil does exist in this game, and it's Goda. So true. Goda and George. Coincidence that their names both start with G, is it not? Interesting. Because they are goddamn evil. Mine starts with a G2. Shit, run.
人の命をもてあそぶってのはよ。
I mean, she's just bluffing, but I don't know
お前
why.
なら考えつくよ。エンジェをもっともっとクズ肉に来いよ。バトラー、南條殺し、暴いてみろ。
The 18th person has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at the point at the time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with the— Oh! I finally remember! With Jessica was blinded, right? And he's outside the door? Right? 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 Cannon, like, helps her for a little, but he— Right? Right? Am I right? Yes! Yes, I'm right! I remember! Oh my god, yes! Yeah, that was— Oh yeah, that was the Ava Beatrice killing him with all the shit. That was crazy! I remember! Oh my god, yes! I did it, guys! Oh my god! Whew. Whew. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All the other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using 18th person X. Think, don't stop thinking! That's hard for me. Her red does not only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Gap, come back to us. We miss you. Yeah, this way I can break through it. This way Beatrice's legend of the witch is finished.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったろうさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していれば、つまりはこういうことさ。
Oh, that's interesting.
エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて、その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。
Oh, I'm okay, so I'm thinking, is this like Higurashi where the killer changes every time because they're each influenced by like dark magic? I don't know, that's a theory.
そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。
I thought it was a biological cause in Higurashi. Well, but I meant like the killer changes each time. That's what I meant. Like in Higurashi, how it was a different killer every time. That's what I meant. Well, Higurashi was biological and a little magical. What? He didn't say anything. He was talking to me about Higurashi because I compared them. And I said, they were involved by black magic in, Umineko. That's what I was saying. That they were influenced by black magic. That's why he said, or they said that. Sorry, I don't know if you use he pronouns strange. Oh, you're just kidding? Oh, sorry. I thought you, oh, I'm sorry then. I thought you just thought that he was like doing something, or they were doing something else. Where was it? Well, I was just joking too. When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beato's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. No, what the hell? What? No! I don't want her to be dead. What the hell? This is horrible. Fuck this game. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life.
ジゴ、自得だぜ。お前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
バトラー頼む
Huh? Beatrice let out a sob.
痛えよすげえ痛えよ終わらせて終わらせてこれでもまだ死ねねえんだよ
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
こんなに痛いのに
I'm gonna cry. Stop crying, Beatrice.
死ねねえんだよ
俺に何を求めやがる。
この苦痛から解放して
Beatrice's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. The VI is amazing, I know. She's so good. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red truth mixed in with them.
どうすりゃいい？どうすればお前の痛みを。
今から全てを晒すからそれが笑わぬ心臓
心臓
そして
ベアト
殺してもう死ぬさて
Were those tears from pain and torment, or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger.
ヘンゼのところに
帰るためじゃない。お前の痛みを止めるために。お前の願いを聞く。
He's not a very good brother.
ありがとうバトラー
In her last breaths, Beato summoned all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists, like Maria. A red light began to gather in those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something.
バトラーなら潰して貫いてね
The red light around both of her arms gradually began to strengthen. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Balor's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me. Wait, weren't there two Beatos before? Or am I just making that up? Her eyes expressionless and spoke.
後ろ宮バト、今から私があなたを殺します。
それで
そしてたったこの島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在
Yep, when she was talking about the sin.
一切干渉できません。
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her.
来いよ、お前の最後の謎。俺が
この島に、そしてもちろん、なのに私は今ここにいて、これからあなたを殺します。
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。
私は誰？
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
Oh, this is cool music.
私は誰？
Oh god. For God's sake. Oh my god, what is happening now? This is stupid. What the fuck is this? She's 1,000 years old! He's 18! Ugh. This is stupid. Are you kidding me? I don't want to read this. What? I don't understand! Whatever. I don't know what the fuck why you keep fucking saying that. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That only makes sense with magic, and this is just fucking random shit. I'm pissed. Then Beatrice slowly approached me and still expressionless held me. Yeah, I get it, I don't get it. I'll kill you, don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then, as a piece, left the game board. Huh? Oh great, I don't understand anything. This is a cool song though. It's so funny how different our reactions are. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And Golden Sorcerer is like, I'm gonna cry. Like, we're just so different. Oh, I was disgusted by that. Ugh, whatever. Maybe it was a friendship hug. That's what I'm gonna... That looks like a friendship hug to me, I guess. Oh, Chester 45 me! All the gods. Interesting. Please, Bunny, don't be harsh on this. Ew. No, it's gross to me. I can't help but not like a ship. When I saw it the first time, I wasn't disgusted. I was like, what the fuck? And no, she killed your family. Well, I think they're better off as friends. I don't want them to be together. I want them to be friends. I'm not trying to like be harsh. I just like I don't know what to say. I just don't like it. I mean, I'll stop talking about it. I mean, I still don't like them together, so you're not gonna really convince me of the ship, sorry. Even if the 1,000-years-old thing is true for Rosa. The magical elements are what's more fun to you then? The Chester sisters and the Seven Purgatories or whatever? Yeah, and like I really liked, like I really ship Angie and Mammon. I think they're like girlfriends. I don't know. I mean, sorry. I don't know what else to say. I'll try not to talk about the things I don't like anymore. Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate shapes like okahajiki pieces. A scorpion emblem to warn off evil would be tight. Yeah, that would be a cool bracelet. I thought it was cute how Maria gave them to Battler and Jessica at the beginning, but I thought it was really sad how no one ever took her seriously and they just thought it was stupid. Like, if someone gave me a charm like that, I would believe in it. I don't know. Maybe I should just stop here and end stream. I don't know. I mean, I'm down to continue, but I don't know. It was a long one. How long is this part? The question mark, question mark, question mark. Do you know how long this part is? The after tea party? 15 minutes? Okay. I mean... Okay, I'll just continue and not talk about stuff. A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows like something from a dream. On the bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world. Is that, Burn Castle and Lambda Delta. Burn Castle lay face down and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. I'm not talking about ships anymore, so...
ベアとがゲームやめるとか言い出してかなり焦ったわ。これだけのゲームを始めておいて投げっぱなしで終えようとするなんて失礼な魔女。エンジェ、いい駒だったじゃない。とんずらしたベアとを引きずり戻してゲームを再開させてくれたわ。
I don't know, I just don't really want to talk about them anymore.
バトラをやる気にさせすぎちゃったのはさすがに参ったけどね。
I just don't want to upset anyone or talk about them, so... Just for now.
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたから。確かに。
Because I don't know what's coming, so I don't know if they secretly hate each other, or everyone hates each other, everyone loves each other.
あいつ
I don't
敵で
know.
あるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
I mean, yeah, you can ship them. I mean, this is cute, but I'm confused because I thought they didn't like each other. Because I thought they had a battle before and they were like enemies. I mean, I know she loves Burncastle, but I like when you talk what you think. Just saying. Oh, well, thank you. That's good to know. I'm glad you do. I never get mad easily. Well, I'm not mad. I'm just kind of... I don't know. It's hard to explain. I'm just a little sensitive. I mean, don't worry about what I think and just say what you like. Oh, well, I want to be considerate. It's okay.
いきなり切らされたわ。仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
See, I don't really like Burncastle in this. I like Rika. I don't know if I like... Burncastle is too dejected. Like, that's so mean to see. But I will argue back because I like arguing. Yeah, of course. Like, for her to just talk down to Angie like that, calling her just a piece, that's like really sad to me.
例の名乗っちゃダメルール稼にしておいてよかったあれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍でペアとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけどああもったいない駒だった当然でしょあんなずるい駒とっととリタイアしてくれないと困るわまあ
Cheer up.
結果的に
Sorry.
ゲーム中断を阻止する活躍をしてくれたしそれは私にとっても助かることだった互いの利害が一致する活躍をしてくれたという意味においては
It's hard to cheer up when they're talking down about Angie like that. They're being mean.
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから簡単に私の言いなりになってくれたわ駒にするならバカか直情型よねああ本当に惜しい駒だったわ
I'm glad you lost that piece. You're a bitch.
その子も今じゃひき肉ねえ後で一緒にそれでハンバーグ作りましょうよ
I just really don't like people who lack empathy. So I don't like these two. I think they're bitches. I think they should get punched in the face.
妹味ってどんな味かしら
Or as Shion would do. I think they should get tased in the neck.
あんた
Just like Granny.
エンジェのおかげで
Not my fault she died.
ベアと猛追し始め
My
今
bad.
やだいぶ私が有利なゲーム展開だと思うけどというかバトラ今回でこれまでのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃないはあとんでもないバトラの青き真実なんてほとんど外れてるわよ
Almost
ベア
all.
とのぬるい赤なんて隙間だらけだもの多少は知恵の回る子だったら適当にへりくつ並べりゃ簡単にすり抜けられるわああ本当にイライラしたわよ私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるあらそうだったの私はてっきりあれらが正解だと思ってたわ小型爆弾を飲み込ませて云々はさすがにどうかと思ったけどバトラの青き真実だってベアとは第一のゲームにおいて身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証するこれによりバトラのエヴァ秀吉の密室殺人の犯人は偽装死体を演じた何者かという推理は破られてるのよ次にボイラー室のカノンは事故死だったろうとしてるけど自分の胸に杭が突き刺さっちゃう事故って何よばっかじゃない私が赤き宝刀とやらで切ってやるわよ カノンは事故死ではない。その次の客までの源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとかいう相打ち殺人も滑稽だわ。源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。
Damn, there goes the Nanjo's the witch theory.
最後の夏日殺しのトラップ X もバカバカしいわ。夏日を射殺したのはトラップじゃなく、ちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いてしっかり射殺したのよ。ご愁傷様。あんた、そんなこと赤で言ってあの子、夏日の銃弾を魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだから。あらあら、いけない。そうだったわね。第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。礼拝堂での6人の殺害時、犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。あいつ何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわよね。トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束。使用人室で南條と熊沢が殺された事件のカノンの名前を世襲したとかいうのも滑稽だわ。カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本
Ha!
人のみ。
Fuck you guys.
異なる人間が
Just
名乗
kidding.
ることはできない。
Just kidding. Ha! Kinzo Homunculus is real!
夏日の部屋の
I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding about that. I'm right about it. I'm just kidding. I'm not right about probably anything, but I don't care.
ローザがマスターキーを管理して以降、それ
I'm right about everything. Yes, god damn it,
夏
yes.
日の部屋を開錠した時にバトルに貸し出した際を除いてね。まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。軽くも何も、あんた第1と第2のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実。あらあら、なんてこと。バトラがそれを聞いたらそっとしちゃうわね。ね、レアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないのよ。
Shadow should be bunny shouting equals
あ
red.
の子
So
やっぱりなかなかの
true.
役者だわ。
Homunculus!
きっと今回のゲームでは一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて、次のゲームあたりで
Okay, I'm gonna be honest though, to be fair.
バトルをびっくり仰天させる。
As much as I'm hooked on the homunculus theory, when I was playing Higurashi, I was really sure that the footsteps was like a demon, or that there was some like this that there was something with demons in here, like taking over someone's body for like a really good chunk of the time. Like, I'll say it in Rainbow, Beato and Rosa fated to be together. Yes! That's what I like to hear. Okay, so okay, how about this, Golden Sorcerer? I'll compromise. You brought up a good point, and I'll acknowledge that. I'll drop the thing about the 1,000 years old. I'll drop that. Because in order for Beato and Rosa to be together, I gotta drop that. So I'll drop that point about it being creepy, alright? But I still don't like it. But I'll compromise.
それできっとまた大笑いしながら言うんだわ。魔女はピンチになんかなりませんって。
That's fair, Kappa.
じゃあ、あのベアとの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は。
Is it weird to call... Yeah, it is a little weird, but I understand that you didn't mean it that way. By the way, my sleeping time is fucked. I'm sorry. It's only 9:48 for me. I'm sorry. I'll try to get through this quickly. Cause that's usually referred to as like a really specific, not so cool thing anymore, you know what I'm saying? So I try to avoid that word
そうに
personally.
決まってるじゃない。 あいつ本当に
Unless
大
referring
丈
to
夫よ
that
ね。
specifically.
全然追い詰められてなんかいないのに
Which I
最
would
終回
be.
顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。今年の助演女優賞はあいつに決定ね。ああ、もちろん主演は私だけどベルンでもいいわよ。
Well, I think Beato really wanted to be killed because she's being trapped by Lambda. Or maybe she's still being trapped by Kinzo. There's still that theory. We still have no idea. Because it feels like maybe she made a deal with Lambda to get out of Kinzo's, like, I don't know, whatever. Sorry.
みたいなことを最後に大きな謎を出したわよ。それを解かれたらベアとは今度こそおしまいの排水の陣じゃないの。
I have something stuck in my throat, sorry.
やだベルンまで騙されてるの？
Let me go get some water really quickly.
あんなの排水の陣でもなんでもない。
Okay, sorry, I got water.
ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい奥の手を温存してるわ。最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？ああ、そういえばあれはそういう意味だったわ。そういうわけ。あの子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。そして何も謎は解かれちゃいない。それをまるで全てカンパされて次回最終回みたい。つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ。ああ、早くバトラをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ。あの子前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦ですっかり味を占めちゃったんじゃない？バトラきっとまたベアトに同情してコロッと引っかかるわよ。女の涙は一粒で男を騙せるからね。安上がりでお得よね。
Shion has said a very similar thing before.
バトラ、またその手に引っかかっちゃうかしら。二度と同情しないように私もバトラを焚きつけないと。当分はエンジェのひき肉で焚きつけられそうだけどね。エンジェ味のハンバーグでパワーアップ？もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。ここからバトラと拮抗するくらいに盛り返せるようベアトを徹底的にサポートするもの。負けないわよベアト。負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよってきっちり脅してるもん。あんたの罰ゲーム本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。ベルに次に罰ゲームをできるときはこうしようって決め。聞きたい聞きたい。嫌よ。もう聞いてよ。あのねベルを素敵なお城に閉じ込めてあげるの。そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて
She's like, I'm going to trap you forever.
高さは10メートルあるの。魔法とズルは禁止。とても飛び越せないわよね。14億4000万リュウベイ。話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。そこをね、毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルンを閉じ込めてその宝石で埋め殺すの。素敵なロマンチックな罰ゲームでしょ。一辺を5倍にしていいから高さを10分の1にしてくれたら今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。ほんと？36億リュウベイになるわよ。罰ゲームが倍以上の期間になるわよ。そんなにも長い間虜になってくれるのね。ベルン大好き。
Lambda Delta playfully approached Burn Castle, who yawned, looking bored as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat.
ベルンはバトラの勝利にかけてて、私は二人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。それで誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてないの？かけないわよ。
I am!
勝率ゼロだもん。
No! No, I believe in you, Beato.
奇跡の魔女に奇跡ゼロって言われるのも本当にお気の毒。
I believe in you, Beato.
私もかけないけどね。
I'll bet everything on you.
絶対。絶対の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのもお気の毒ね。
And usually for them, they giggle
この
together.
ゲームどういう決着に終わるかしら。さすがにそれだけは読めないわ。だから楽しいわけだし。もう逃げも中断も許さない。絶対にゲームを続けさせる。これからどんな風に展開していくのか想像もつかないけれど、絶対にありえない決着の仕方だけはわかるわ。ベアトが勝って終わることだけはないわね。だって私もベルンもどっちもベアトの勝利にかけてないんだもん。つ
These
ま
guys
り
are
ベ
haters.
アトが勝ちそうになったら私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。そういうことね。ベアト有利に傾きすぎれば私たちは共に同じベクトルに団結してベアトを引きつまりベアト優勢になった瞬間、私たち二人をまとめて敵に回すってことよ。ベルンと共闘楽しい。ありがとう。でもコンペイ島のお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。コンペイ島のシャワーを浴びながらとろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。気の毒にあの子は私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえてきた生きたおもちゃ、お人形だわ。私お人形遊びは上手なの。ほんと上手に遊べるのよ。飽きずに一つのおもちゃで何百年も遊べるのが自慢なの。ある時は味方し、ある時は敵対し。
So she is trapped. Hundreds of years. Yeah. That's what I figured. I think Beato made a deal with Lambda to try and get out of from Kinzo or something. Or whatever the reason, she made it so like she's trapped for some reason. Like she doesn't want to do this. Which makes so much sense why she's been fronting for so long and has to act so much.
かわいそうにね。あの子はもう私たちのお人形。
I mean, unfortunately, I can see the path line for how her and Battler get closer. It makes a lot of sense, like, oh, she doesn't want to actually do this, she's being trapped, and somehow, oh, I'll save you, I get it, but I don't like it. But I get it, but I don't like it.
そういうことよ。あの子は私たちの
Dee's writing really does benefit from a second reading. If only this guy wasn't so verbose and this thing didn't take like a million hours. For real.
私たち二人の望む末路しか用意
I know his writing really does, because I've watched my friend play Higurashi, and like the shit you pick up again, you're like, holy fuck, first of all, how did I not pick up on half the shit when you like play through it again or read through it again? And the other thing is like, holy crap, like it's just like, you're so right. His writing is so much better the second time. But holy crap, is it long. It took so long.
つまり私によって永遠に引き分けが繰り返されるか、ベルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかでしか終わらないと断言できる。ベアトが勝って終わるようなことは奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ。
No, it doesn't now. If I was in your place, I wouldn't even imagine that they would work. I always saw them as enemies. Really? It makes sense to me. Like, I'm predicting in the future. It makes sense to me. I don't know. I can see it. You calling me a liar or something? You calling me a liar, Golden Sorcerer? Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what you're saying to me?
ベアトは絶対に勝利できない。
Fuck you guys, I'm on Beato's side.
そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない。
Nope, you're wrong. You're wrong! No, the only time I thought that was when the hug CG. Oh, you're talking about you. Did answers change everything? For you, yeah. I see what you're saying. I can just, I don't know. I've been through a lot of... You know me, I'm all about the romance, so I can see how it could potentially develop. It makes sense to me. Like, I could totally see it. Do I agree with it? No. I do not. But we know this. But it makes more sense. Whatevs, you know? I mean, I get it. I get it. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I think I get it, but I don't. What was the last romance you enjoyed? Let's see. I recently just watched, oh fuck, what is it called? Rosario to Vampire, which is kind of a romance, but it was cute. It was really cute. I definitely related to Mocha a lot. It's very cute. You know, I can be 100% on your side if you want it, but for a price. What is that price? Yay, credits! Gotta give credit where credit's due. Fuck you, Kirie. More WA time, of course. Well, I'm already playing that, so consider it done. Oh, Beatrice's voice actor's name is Sayaka! I'm reading a manga about a 45-year-old salaryman and a grocery store teller smoking behind the store together, and I love it. That sounds really cute. That sounds really, really cute. Let me think about... You know what romance I loved? Future Diary. I am literally, you know, she's me, which is probably a little concerning, but she's literally me. But I love Future Diary so much. It's so good. And apparently it has a visual novel, which we found out recently, because of Legendary. I don't know if he's still here. It's okay if you're not. But, did you ever... No, I didn't. I don't relate to everything she does, but I relate to the emotions mostly. You are every pink-haired girl. I am. Her, Mocha, Lucy/New, Chester 45. Never trust pink hairs. Hey! Wow! You can trust me. I promise. Just like you can trust Sayaka. These people are all me, what can I say? What can I say? Except that they're me. And like Misa Mane, she's literally me. No, Bunny has pretty pink hair, dude. Yeah, I literally have pink hair too. But yeah, when I used to be blonde, and I literally, I felt like exactly like Misa. I was like, oh my god, I'm her. Where's my light Yagami? Or female light Yagami. That would be awesome, dude. Where's my psychopath boyfriend? Just kidding. Or girlfriend. Just kidding, just kidding. The jokes. But I do think light is hot. I can't lie. I always was on light side. I cannot lie. I don't know why. I know I should be on L side, but I was not. What can I say? Wow, we're done. Oh, new feature already? What new feature? Oh, music box? Oh, cool. Well, yay, we did it! We finished all the question arcs. Da, 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 da. I'm so proud of us. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope everyone's doing good today. Oops, I don't have my stream muted. Hold on. Oops, I don't have my stream. Ah, that was embarrassing. So sorry about that. You could hear the echo. Oh. As you can see, I have a new sprite. It's a Gosai sprite because she's me. And I think it's so cute. But it looks like Danganronpa theme. Isn't it cute? I love it. Yeah, so why don't I get right into it? I'm so excited. Wait, actually, give me 1 second first. Okay, now. Here I go, episode 5! Ah! Oh my gosh. I don't know what's gonna happen. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastical in nature. Any resemblance shouldn't do la 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 la. Can you guys hear it? Okay, yeah, you guys can hear it. Oh yeah, let's adjust the volumes and stuff. No baka ga. Damn, she's going off strong. Alright. Ah, look at her! OMG. And we just start out with her saying, you idiot. You idiot.
そなたが歪めるだろうその表情が楽しいからの他に何の理由が必要なのかほらほら目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよほらほらほらほら魔法だよ家具だよそなたがどんなにわらわや魔法の存在を否定しようともほらほらほらほらほらほら
ほらほらほらほらOh, that's a new face.
悪いなバトラー結構面白かったぜしかしお師匠様の言う通りにしてみたんだが本当に結構いいとこまで行けたな何でもツンツンと残虐を尽くした後に程よくへたれて出れてみせると好感度ってやつが大幅アップするんだろ
Well, alright then. That lonely tone was the desolate sound of the wind blowing by. The glittering rose petals on these bushes were all golden. Hey Bunny, nice you know. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was so cute. I was so happy about it. I hope you're doing well. We're starting the answer arcs. OMG. Was no longer anywhere to be seen. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch Beatrice. She might be called inhuman and inhumane, arrogant and outrageous, or perhaps naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. I'm fine, thank you. How are you today? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I get some spicy mayo more delivered to me today and some pasta, so I'm very excited. Not together, I'm not going to put them together, but they're just both coming today, so I'm very excited for that. I'm going to have some delicious rice later on today. Oh, it will be wonderful. Ooh, yummy. Ay. The Golden Witch Beatrice sat like a doll, resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden itself. Oh, mabito bubby. She wasn't relaxing there. Her eyes were empty. She didn't respond to any questions. Even so, she was not permitted to sleep. Beatrice sat like a doll. Her hair was down, and Virgilia was carefully tending to it with a comb. The usual Beato would surely have spent this time complaining about this and regarding her hairstyle. However, she made no response, showed no reaction, so it really only looked like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. There was a table alongside them. On it sat a chessboard along with a jumble of black and white pieces that locked in a closely fought battle. However, the setup looked somehow different from normal chess. Maybe the game was similar, though not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps it wasn't his next move he contemplated. Every once in a while, he would change positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation after every change. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind the moves that had been made. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiromiya family head, once said that learning chessboard arrangements was like taking a journey through the thoughts of old masters. Ushiromiya Battler was on a journey, a search for the thought process that had led the Golden Witch to create this arrangement and make these moves. Battler took a black piece that should have been moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. However, on this chessboard, the black encampment was on Battler's side. He was reconstructing that arrangement, trying to play Beato's role.
お前の指し手はやればやるほどに理解できねえぜ。
Even Battler didn't expect that Beato would respond to that statement. Or rather, he was pretending to talk to himself, thinking here might still be some chance of her responding. She is so pretty with her hair down. What the hell? She should always have her hair down. She looks so sad. This is so depressing. She's so pretty, but she looks so sad. Beato's eyes reflected nothing, and her mouth told nothing. Give her Rosa and she'll wake up. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse that had given up on life. She wasn't sleeping, she couldn't step down from this game and was therefore forbidden sleep. So those words must have reached her ears, however they probably hadn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would not sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise or belittle them. By now, Beatrice was nothing more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture, or even move her lips. However, her movements never managed to communicate anything to Battler.
どうやったらこの局面でこの指し手になるわけだ。 わけがわからねえんだよ。お前の指し手はよ。
ベアとバトラ君が話しかけていますよ。
なんとか言えよ。クスクスとゲラゲラと。いつもの気分合いでいいか。
I'm sorry about that. Can you believe it? My freaking throat. That shrill laugh of Beato's will never be heard again. Stop coughing me. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice surely reached her. That was what Battler believed as he said these words. Virgilia is so caring. I don't know, I don't trust Virgilia. I don't understand her at all. But she seems caring right now. Like, right now she seems very caring. I just don't know, I'm suspicious of her.
この局面でこの指し手になるわけだ。わけがわからね
Very
えぜ。
suspicious of her.
お前の指し手はよ。
この子の考えることはわけがわかりませんか？
Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she'd done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to steal that chance. So Battler was going to have to bear with this silence until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch Battler like this. Besides, Battler also wanted to hear what Virgilia had to say. He believed that conversation would reach Beato's heart.
ああ、さっぱりだな。ベアとの立場になって。こうして駒を動かせば動かすほどにわからなくなる。
A serial murder following an epitaph. With that as a victory condition, I tried reconstructing the games from the witch's side, but I never ended up making the moves Beato did. In those games, I could find several incomprehensible moves that clearly worked against that victory condition.
さっぱりわからねえ。こいつの思考を探る旅路はあまりに険しすぎるぜ。
でもあなたは投げ出さないのですね。
ああ、約束した。
Kill me. Let me die.
俺はこいつを安らかに死なせてやると約束した。そしてそれは俺にしかできない。
Beato's right ankle was bound with a heavy cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the bonds that prevented her from leaving the game until she either won or lost. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold shackle tormented her over and over inside this waking dream. So there was never any sign of relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a nightmare, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. By the way, now that you saw how Beato is, what do you think will happen in this episode? I have no idea. I think Battler's going to try to figure out what Beato tried to show him to like figure out all the riddles to try and release her. Maybe. I don't know. I wonder where Maria is in all this. Maybe Maria can try and help her. It's like they kind of just forgot about Maria. I also forgot to tell you that episode 5 is my favorite in all the games. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Well, sweet. When does your favorite character come in? Is it this episode or a different one? Unless I win, Beato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from sleeping peacefully. Oh, episode 7? Well, that's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a fat minute. A big chunky minute. Chunky boy. I love chunky boys.
興味ね。
Why should I take part in any game unless Beato is my opponent? Oh my god. Well, maybe Battler likes Beato, but I still don't want them together. I think Beato and Rosa should be together. Are you sure you want to be doing this? The 5th game. If that's the only alternative, then it's a much better use of my time to reconstruct previous games while taking a journey in search of Beato's thought process.
次のゲームマスターは私がやるわ。依存ある？ないわよね。依存だらけよ。ベアとは戦いを放棄して人事不正。ベアとの不先輩でゲームオーバーでしょ。確かにベアとはいろいろとあったね。
I agree, fuck Battler. You already bought me to your side. Damn right, Golden Sorcerer, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
でも戦う気力を失ったわけじゃない。
But maybe, like, I still like them as a friend. Like, I like them as, like, really good, like, besties. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're great besties. Like, I acknowledge their connection. I just think it's a friend connection. Like, he wants, like, come on, she's my opponent, you know? Like, she's the one I like to, like, tussle with all the time. We will see as the game goes on. We shall.
だからつまり私は介助役ってわけ。わかる？
Wakaru? Beato was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping and she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll that had given up on victory, who had asked Battler to perform her last rites, and had surrendered everything. Of course, if everyone just sat around the next game, the 5th game would never be made ready. So Lambda Delta has succeeded Beato as the next game master and announced that she'd prepare the next game. I didn't think there would be another game, so that's
ふざける
interesting.
な。これは俺とベアとのゲームだぞ。お前らどこの誰か知らねえが勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
あんたに意見は求めてないわ。どうすんのベル？受けるの？受けないの？いいわ。あんたが引き継ぎなさい。
なんだと？ふざけるな。お前ら何者か知らねえが俺とベアとを無視して勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
落ち着きなさいよ。確かにプレイヤーが変われば察しても変わる。あんたにとっては戸惑うことも多いかもしれないけど、それでも大きなヒントになりうるでしょ。
知らねえよ。勝手なこと言って仕切ってんじゃね
え。ベアとのゲームを4つも繰り返して何もわからないんでしょ。ならプレイヤーが変わるのは大きなヒントになると思うけれど。
大きなお世話だ。これはベアトが用意し俺を対戦相手に指定した。俺どこから湧いてきたのかもしれないお前ら
I don't know what hole y'all crept out of. That's funny.
ならベアトを起こして次の準備をさせて。
This is Ryo Kishi telling us we are noobs. Well, that's his fault for making the game confusing. Although I understand magic, so I'm not confused. Although I am confused about some things, I will say, so never mind. I take it back. I take it back. Yeah!
できる？
できる。
ベアトはしばらく起きねえよ。それに新しいゲームなんて必要ねえ。あいつがこれまでに出題してきた4つのゲームの譜面だけで十分だ。仮に第5のゲームがあるとしてもそれはベアトが出題し俺に挑むものだけで十分だ。お前らには何の関係もない。
Battler couldn't hide his irritation at the two witches called Lambda Delta and Bernenkatzl, who had shown up well after the game's start and who were now trying to take charge on their own. Who were these two bitches? It looked like these witches were even of a higher rank than Beato. So high, in fact, that even Beato's teacher, Virgilia, couldn't even come close. Battler had the feeling he'd seen these two several times before. However, this was the first time he'd known their names and spoke to them directly.
ベアトを起こせず、あんたに次のゲームを準備もできない。だから私が次のゲームを用意するわけ。 私たちはね、いつ正気を取り戻すかもわからないベアトにね、ベルン。退屈はごめんなの。イライラするほどに。
お前が退屈がろうが俺たちは知ったこと。
まあまあ、このパーフェクトなラムダデルタ様に任せな。私がゲームマスターを引き継ぐ。大丈夫よ。あんまり絶対完璧にはプレイしないわよ。ベアトっぽくわけのわかんないフェイクや尻尾、ボーナスヒントをいっぱい用意してあげる。ベアトの世界をより理解するための大きなヒントにしてあげるわよ。
Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches didn't flinch at all. One grinned. The other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me.
何？不満？あんたは私による第5のゲームを降りるっての？それって不先輩？バトラは降りないわよ。もちろん第5のゲームにも参加するわ。
勝手に決めるんじゃねえ。お前らに俺は付き合わない。知ったことじゃない。
ならやっぱり不先輩ってことよね。このゲームは魔女側の勝ち。人間は屈服ってことでお開きでいいかしら。降りるなら不先輩でゲーム終了だけどいいの？たった一人残された妹が。無限の世界のすべてでたどる不幸な境遇を確定させたいのならそれも選択よ。
When Burncastle mentioned Angie, Battler's expression changed instantly.
てめえエンジェのことを気安く口にするんじゃねえ。
あなたにこの私、奇跡の魔女ベルンカエンジェにはひょっとしたら家族が帰ってくるかもしれない。あなたが自らそれを捨ててエンジェの無限の未来全てを不幸なものに確定するのもまた私には一興だけれど。
I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win Bito's game, I will remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon that victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Angie. For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting.
くそ。
なにその不満そうな顔。自分の妹をグズグズのひき肉にされた怒り、もう忘れちゃったの？プチプチブチブチ無数の焼けたペンチで引きちぎって細切れにしていくあの光景、今度はちゃんと真正面で見ないとダメ。
Burncastle pointed the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface, but it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep in that crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn what was reflected on there. If you stared at it, then you'd surely see the end Angie finally reached after waiting 12 years and giving up everything for the sake of her beloved brother. The scene of her death throes as her entire body was torn to bits while she still lived.
貴様。
Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched that would made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. Then, as naturally as though she'd been there from the beginning, Burncastle was leaning against a distant wall.
あなたがゲームを降りるならこれはかけらでなく確定した現実になる。その未来を紡ぐのは私じゃないわ。あなた自身よ。あなたが決めなさい。最愛の妹の未来をどうしたいのかを。
Battler's fist shook with anger, but even as he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Burncastle. This witch was like a phantom, or a cat who wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. And she was telling the truth. For Angie's sake, I can't step down from this fight, even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board.
さすがベルン。脅し方もえぐいわね。そういうことよ、バトラー。あんたにはゲームを降りることなんて許されてないの。あんたもベアとも私たちの退屈を紛らわせるゲーム版のゴマでしかない。あんたのそのわけのわかんない怒りやイラつきさえも私たちには退屈を紛らわす最高のお菓子。まあその程度の怒りじゃ駄菓子程度だけどね。30円で2枚入ってるカレー味のポテトせんべい程度ね。
Oh my god. These two bitches.
魔女とも
エンジェのためにもそしてベアとのためにもでしょ。
In a way that was admonishing or perhaps babying, like that headache you get after eating something too sweet. Berncastle tormented Battler and smiled. By now, the host of this tea party, Beato, was absent. The guest witches were already making themselves at home.
どうすんの？後ろ宮バトラー、運命に屈しちゃう？降りちゃいなさいよ。魔女の駒にして遊ばれるなんてもうごめんなんでしょ？ベルンの駒は辛いわよ。きっとあんたもエンジェみたいに使い捨てにされるわよ。
But Angie wasn't her piece.
あなたに降りる選択肢は与えてない。妹の未来のために戦い続けるの。私は味方よ。その未来にたどり着けるようあなたが勝利するまでサポートするわ。私が退屈するまで永遠に。
I can't let her provocation and cajolery rile me up. These witches know I get mad easily, and they're trying to take advantage of that. Battler withstood it all and finally relaxed his clenched fists.
第5のゲームとやらが始めたいなら勝手にやればいい。好きにしろ。
好きにするわよ。あれれ、どこ行くのよ。
Even though Battler acknowledged the fifth game, he turned his back on them, much to Lambda Delta's surprise.
お前がベアとの代役を務める。そこのベルンカステルとかいう魔女が俺の代役を務めるのも勝手だろ。
道理ね。そうじゃないと不先輩になってしまう。何よそれ。私が作る渾身のエピソード5をあんた無視するっての？失礼しちゃう、失礼しちゃう。バトラーはしばらく休憩するそうよ。それまでの間私がプレイヤーの代役を務める。それでどう？バトラー。
そうしやがれ。
なーにラムダ。間抜けなバトラじゃなくて私がプレイヤーだと遊んでくれないの？そんなわけないわ。ベルンと一緒に遊べて嬉しいわよ。さあさあ遊びましょう遊びましょう。ラムダデルタ様の超ハイパーでキュートに可愛いエピソード5を一緒に遊びましょうよ。
キュート、かわいい、かわいい。お持ち帰り。Ah, cool, you've reached episode 5? Yeah, hi Blurneko, how are you? I hope you're doing well.
一応ベアトの作った世界なのよ。世界観ぶち壊しにしてないでしょうね。
Let me go grab some water really quickly. Yuki, thank you for waiting.
大丈夫だってば。私そういうのの空気は読める方なのよ。ちゃんとベアトっぽい世界観でもっと面白い物語に仕上げてみせたわ。バトラも休憩終わったら早く戻ってくるのよ。見逃すともったいないわよ。ベアトの秘密に迫れるようなボーナスヒントをたっぷり用意してるんだから。と見せかけてミスリード満載でますますに煙に巻く気なんだけどね。ちょっとこらバトラー、魔女の話聞いてんの？
Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beato.
あの魔女どもにベアとのゲームは理解できるのか？
同じゲーム版を使う以上、この子にできないことはできません。しかしこの子がやらないことはやれます。
やらないこととは何だ？
チェスの道具はチェスで遊ぶために存在します。それを使ってトランプをすることはできない。しかしチェスの駒を相手に投げつけてぶつけたり、そういう行為をすることも不可能ではありません。しかしそれはチェスに対する冒涜だから誰もやらない。
That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Yeah, I'm doing well. How'd you find episode 4? It was interesting. I really liked a lot of the parts with Maria and Angie and Mammon. Yeah, it was cool. I really liked how it talked about magic. I found it very inspiring. It made me think about my mom and stuff. It was very cute. So I liked episode 4 for sure. Beatrice's eyes seemed to cloud slightly with sadness.
ふざけやがって。これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。他の誰にも冒涜はさせない。
At that time, gold butterflies gathered in Ronove appeared, holding a tea set with black tea.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
もらえるか？
かしこまりました。いかがですか？お嬢様の思考を探る旅は。
さっぱりだが楽しんでるぜ。
しかしよろしいのですか？こちらでくつろがれていても。
あの魔女どもが勝手に進めてるゲームのことか？
ええ、先ほど紅茶をお届けに伺った時にはもうじきその次の殺人も起こりそうな気配でした。
When Beato and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around.
ロノウェは奴らのゲームを見た？
一部ではござい。
どうだった？
Ronove lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After finishing that, he finally spoke. He gave us his impressions of it.
愛がありませんな。
I need a Ronove at home.
愛ってなんだ？
女性風に申し上げるとです。男性風に申し上げるならば義理が通らぬと申しましょうか。
I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly as she stared at the floor.
上辺は大変よくお嬢様のゲームに似せていると思います。しかし根本が大きく異なっています。
それはベアとのゲームのルールに反すること？
いいえ、反しません。ラムダ・デルタ様はお嬢様のゲームのルールを実によく理解なされております。しかし
Battler stood up. There was no need to make Ronove say anymore.
バトラク、
ロノウェ、せっかく入れてもらったけど紅茶はいらねえぜ。
やはり参られますか？
ああ、俺たちのゲームに 部外者はいらない。
These guys weren't even here in the beginning, because I've been loafing around crazier and crazier witches have been introduced, and now they've hijacked this game between me and Beatrice.
取り返さねえとな。ベアとのゲーム版は今は俺が預かってるはずなんだ。その俺がここでぼんやりしてるわけにはいかない。
Yeah, they're buddies.
ありがとう。その言葉をこの子に聞かせてやりたかった。
きっと聞こえていますよ。お嬢様はそれにお返事することができないだけです。
Pietro lay there silently like a living doll with dull eyes. The game board she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people, and was being turned into a mess. If I was designated to be her opponent, then Pietro must have created this game for me. I've got to take it
待
back.
ってろ。俺が取り返してくれ。
Of course, Pietro didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place.
行ってくるぜ。バルギリア、ロノエ、黄金の眠り姫の面倒を頼むぜ。
はい、お任せを。
いってらっしゃい、バトラ君。そしてどうかこの子のいないゲームにてこの子の何かを見つけてあげてください。もしそれを見つけることができたなら、たとえこの子が不在であってもあなたはこの子と戦ってくれたことになる。
そうだよな。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。俺は何をやってるんだ。
Let's go, and let's take it back.
魔女ども、待たせたな。俺の休憩は終わりだぜ。
When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it were made out of thin glass. Then, as though it had been the way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beato so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked.
なにあんた、今頃戻ってきたの？超遅すぎ。もうゲームは2日目どころか大詰めも大詰めよ。バトラがいつまでも来ないから私が勝手に進めちゃったわ。
Yeah, like he even waited for me in the first place.
ベルンはあんたよりずーっと頭が冴えてて痛快だったわよね。
うるせえ。プレイヤーは俺だ。代役の魔女どもは引っ込んでろ。
別に今から参加しても構わないけど、もう出番ないわよ多分。確かに。だってもうクライマックスもクライマックス。これで多分ベルンが詰めたゲームセットだもの。
なんだと。
いいんじゃない？最後の詰めくらい見物しても。そうね、おいでなさい後ろ宮バトラ。もうほとんどおしまいだけど、私の作ったキュートでエレガントなゲームエピソード5 End of the Golden Witch。
Oh. Second day, October 5th, 1986. Cannon. Oh, Jessica's gone. Poor Nazi. Right now, no humans exist on the island except for those in the parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people.
おいおい。となると決定的じゃねえか。
魔女が犯人で魔法で殺人
Check
を
who's
犯したわ
dead.
けでない限り。
No, I was right. Jessica's dead. Oh, George is dead. Praise the Lord. Praise Praise the Lord, George is dead. It's a good day. Oh my god, Maria died. Maria and Rosa and Genji. Well, we already know Ava's not the killer. We already know that. Oh my god, I just realized she had pants on underneath. This whole time I didn't think she did. You know, Battler's always alive. Maybe he's the killer. Interesting. Byaku's piece. She speaks on behalf of the illusion of the witch. She claims all the crimes on Rokkenjima were caused by the illusion of the witch. In the 5th game, she clashes with Burned Castle, who denies the illusion. Because she herself is nothing more than her piece, and the higher plane version of her has stepped down as the game master. She isn't in a position where she can know the truth of the 5th game. This puts her in a different position than the one she held in the games before now. She has a kitty tail. Kapu, 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 kapu. For playing pranks mostly. She's always looking for a boyfriend in the hopes that her sisters will finally accept her as an adult. Aww. She's more of a selfish crybaby than a person burning with envy. Oh, Belfie. Beelzebub. I've never read all these, so I want to read all these. She also has this disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and store them in the food cellar. Let's see, Satan. Did I go through all of that? No, where's Mammon? Where's Mammon? How come Mammon's not there? Is it just bugged? Wait, did I just— oh, that was Mammon! I missed it! Ah, I missed it again! There we go. Okay, I got it. Mammon's there. Woo! Mammon is quick to grab whatever. She is the most honest about her own feelings and the one most likely to try and please the opposite sex or the same sex. She's stop at nothing to capture her target's affection for all eternity. Wait, actually? Okay, yeah.
Antaなの? あんたがジョージを、主人を殺したの？どうしてよ？どうして？私は殺しています。私は何？
In a panic with a voice that was far from calm and a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsu denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, and pointed at Aunt Natsuhi and said it one more time.
あなたが犯人です。後宮夏日さん。
Ooh. She's cute. Is this like another Rika, or she just looks like her? Okay, here's the intro. Yeah, this is a good song. Oh, this is cool. But I don't believe Natsuhi would do that. What a pretty song. Yeah, I was saying I don't think Natsuhi would do that, but it could be my theory of like the murderer changes every time because they're affected by like bad magic or something. As she knocked loudly and repeatedly, Natsuhi yelled. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kingzo's study unlocking could be heard. In this chapter, the reason that Natsuhi is my second fave. I love Natsuhi already, so. As the door opened, a heavily sweet venomous odor flowed out. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it was rude to the family head. Cross was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuhi flew into his arms. Oh, now everyone's alive? Evil-looking anime girl. Hi, Kingrid. How are you? Why is everyone alive now? Well, now we're back to the past. Ooh.
落ち着きたまえ。今南條先生が見ている。
With an uncertain gait, Natsuhi walked towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus. I'm feeling awesome. What about you? Oh, that's great. I'm feeling good too. I'm glad you're doing well. There, a dignified bed fitting for the Ushiromiya family head could be... Oh god. Oh god, okay. It's 2:55, so... There, the dignified bed fitting for the Ushiromiya family head could be seen, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. For 5 minutes. After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. Oh, woo. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down asleep. He shouldn't have. He should. He should not have died peacefully. He should have died painfully because Kinjo is a bad man.
金蔵さんも心残りはなかっただろう。
お父様、お父様。
Sobbing, Natsui slumped over the chest of that man who had fallen into a sleep from which he would never awaken.
奥様、どうかしっかり。
Ah!
お父様、お父様。こんな突然なんて。
Poor Natsuhi, he's so sad. Natsuhi couldn't stop crying over the death of the man whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsuhi's back, consoling her. Klaus slumped over into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersed in the memories of his departed father. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness in Kinjo's later years, which he had never been able to comprehend before. And Nyanjo, just as he had when Kinjo once had sat in the chair, contemplating a chess move, turned his head back and looked down over the outside world through the crack in the mirror curtains.
同じ死ぬならせめて寝込んで1年後に死亡とか。もう少ししかるべき準備の猶予期間を設けてから死んでほしかったのに。
それは逆だ。最後の瞬間までお元気だったことを喜ぶべきです。
建前上はそうなるわね。
Nyanjo understood that as well. Uchiwomiya Kinjo, who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war business world, had died. His funeral would probably be a fantastic scale, and it would also be the ceremony marking Klaus's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear to all that the Uchiwomiya family still had enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nyanjo watched Klaus, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinjo had been suddenly selected as the Uchiwomiya family head, when Kinjo had been lost and confused. In this way, he was able to understand Klaus's distress and sympathize with it. Alright, that's 5 minutes. Oh gosh. Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Watching this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman, Genji returned to where Kraus was. And as though asking what should be done, Genji lowered his head slightly.
手続き等は私と源氏さんでやろう。
I prefer your normal voice. That's understandable.
クラウスさんはまずは親戚の方々に連絡した方がいいでしょうな。
Kraus, with his hands still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps he even thought he had known this day would come. Kraus really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them.
私と南條先生にお任せを。旦那様はまずは奥様とご相談いただくのが良いかと思います。
Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsuhi came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on them even better than Kraus did.
これからはあなたが栄光ある後宮家の当主です。お父様の後を立派に継いだことを内外に示しましょう。この夏日、あなたの妻として棺を並べる日までお仕えする覚悟
She's
です。
such a good wife. But she deserves better than Kraus. Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. When Kraus finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep sigh.
どうかしっかりお父様の残したものを食い荒らそうと目論む輩が大勢いるのですよ。私たちはお父様の名誉と財産を守るために戦わなければなりません。それが後宮家当主の最初の仕事ですよ。
分かってる。分かっているとも。
南條先生と源氏はお役所や葬儀業者への手配をお願いします。特に源氏、お父様の葬儀にふさわしいものとなるよう特に手配を頼みますよ。
かしこまりました。
それから南條先生、お父様は病院でお亡くなりになったわけではないので、
場合によっては解剖が入るかもしれませんな。
なんとかなりませんか。亡くなったとはいえお父様の大切なお体です。傷をつけるなど耐えられることではありません。
That's kind of sus. She doesn't want an autopsy, though, I gotta say.
だがそういうところをきっちりすることも大切だ。それにこう言ってはなんだが、難しい親族の方々が多いんじゃないかね。
Who knew what the vultures after the inheritance might try to find fault with them? They might claim to have found some reason to suspect the cause of death, using that as a point of contention to start some trouble. True. Right now, it is important not only to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they deserved, but also solidify the position of the new family head, Kraus.
わかりました。必要最小限にお願いします。間違ってもお父様の威厳が損なわれるようなお姿にしないように。
それは大丈夫だ。安心しなさい。とにかく金蔵さんのことはわしらに任せて、夏日さんはクラウスさんのそばにいてあげなさい。これからが大変なんだから。
分かっています。あなたもどうかしっかり。
Is Kraus about to go crazy? Kraus was staring blankly at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. She understood the shock and heavy responsibility he bore. Natsuhi understood her husband's feeling as much as anyone.
親族への連絡は私がします。
Yeah, she fucking does everything,
今
I
だけは
bet.
休まれてください。
I do nothing. Kraus didn't respond. Natsuhi, thinking him just to be a bit unreliable at the moment, she decided she must offer her support. Seeing her husband like this actually spurred Natsuhi to action, and a resolute expression rose to her face.
これから忙しくなります。今できることを始めましょう。夫はきっとお父様と二人きりで話したいこともあると思います。私たちは一度ここを退出しましょう。
そうでございますね。 その時間はきっと今しか取れないでしょうから。
Being in charge of the funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that would have to be now. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even so, Kraus continued to blankly gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsuhi urged the servants to go.
私はジェシカにも話してきます。今やあの子は次期当主です。それにふさわしい自覚を持つようによく。
待て。
As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking.
はい。
待て。
はい。
Hadn't she already stopped walking just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he told her once again to wait. From those slight weak words, Natsuki understood that he'd probably stop because he wanted her to be by his side.
お前たちは下へ。私は夫と言います。何かあったらここに電話するように。
かしこまりました。だから待てと言っている。
When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuki ran up to him.
どうしましたあなた。
Oh my god, this...
私は何か失礼なことを口にしてだったらお許しを。
いや違う。そうじゃない。そう少し待て。時間をくれ。
ええ、分かっています。心を整理するためにも必要です。私たちはその時間をあなたにあげようと、ここから静かに出ていくだけですよ。
だからそれを待てというのだ。いいか、誰もその場から動くな。一歩たりともだ。疲れたなら椅子にでもソファーにでも好きに座ればいい。だから何も喋らずに静かに黙って何もせずにいろ。
Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Natsuki couldn't hide her slight surprise at this behavior, which almost made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsuki told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on the sofa a short distance off and approached her husband and spoke to him in a small voice.
あなたがお命じになれば、夏日はいくらでも待ちます。とどまります。ですからどうか、お気を鎮められてください。
違う。そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
Was it really blood, or was he actually being possessed? Kraus's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsuki became certain that Kraus was Kinzo's son after all, and that he was the true successor, more suitable than any other person.
夏日、こっち。
Kraus stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants, waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsuki realized that he must have something secret to discuss.
はい、あなた。
He thinks it's the servants who
何
killed
事
him,
ですか
right?
親父に死なれてはまずいのだ。
しかし、もうそういうわけには参りません。
It's bad that he died.
そうじゃない。今はまずいんだ。
どういうことですか。
親父の財産を担保にしている。
Oh my god, he didn't tell
相
Natsuki.
続問題になれば隠しをせない。
Oh my god. Fucking
担保
Kraus.
ですか。
I know. Poor Natsuki.
メロディーランドの時に近藤君を応援したことがあっただろう。
あの方とは縁を切れと申し上げたじゃありませんか。
Kraus is so dumb.
私には断ったと言ったはず。どうして。
男の義理というものが断れなかった。
Oh my god. Kraus claimed to hold honor as virtue. However, Natsuki knew that he most often used this as an excuse for when he reluctantly went along with some deal that he just couldn't refuse.
お金に余裕があるならいざ知れず。この島のリゾート計画でかなりの借金をされたのではありませんでしたか？
For real.
ああ、したさ。方々で恩人に世話になったのだ。それらを返済するためにも座しているわけにはいかない。返済するためには金がいる。金を生むためには金がいる。金がなければ始まらない。この島の計画だって企画会社がおかしなことにならなければ順調だったのだ。どの役人とも連携は取れていた。東京都の新しい観光スポットになると知事の太鼓判ももらえていた。私の根回しは完璧だったのだ。たまたま巡り合わせとタイミングが悪かった。ちょっとした運のすれ違い、事故みたいなものだった。
あれは事故なんかではありません。詐欺です。あなたは騙されたのです。初めから彼らはこの島のリゾート計画など描けていなかったのです。
そんなことはないぞ。土方君のビジョンは先見性にあふれ
Oh
ていた。
my god, he's so dumb.
世界と未来に目を向けた広大な視野は私が夢だと信じていたものなど猫の額ほどの広さしかないことを教えてくれた。夢が広がる世界に未来に。夏日も一緒に聞いていただろう。
ええ、聞いていました。そしてお帰りになられた後に申し上げたはずです。あの方はうさんくさい。語るのは未来ばかりで地に足がついていない。これ以上お付き合いしてはならないと。
土方君は立派な好青年だ。彼の生き様からは学ぶことも多いぞ。彼は若いが尊敬できる。彼のことを侮辱することは許さんぞ。
あなたは同じことを月旅行の時にもおっしゃいました。
Moon tourism? Moon tourism is the future. What do you mean? Holy
先
shit.
見性がある、未来がある、夢があると連呼され、その挙句はいかがでしたか？荒唐無稽な話だったとあなた自らがお認めになったではありませんか。私はNASA の高官とか名乗るおかしな男が現れた頃からこれは絶対におかしいと確信しておりました。
あれはあの外国人が国際的な詐欺師だったに過ぎない。あの件については私も曽根崎氏も被害者。
Sonozaki, that's very close to in the 80s. Oh my god. Look, so close to Sonozaki.
彼の先見性は今をもって間違っていない。将来必ず世界の大富豪が宇宙旅行をたしなむ時代が訪れる。
Oh my god.
そしてその最初の事業は民間医者によって独占されるだろう。
It's not close, it is Sonozaki.
着眼点は間違っていない。それを利用して世界中の投資家を騙している国際的な詐欺集団がいて、
曽根崎という男もその一味だったと申し上げているのです。あなたはどこまでお人よしなのですか？どうしていつもうさんくさい話を疑いもせずに乗ってしまうのですか？
Period, Natsuki.
訂正しろ。曽根崎氏は優秀な未来ある男だ。
Oh my
うさ
god.
んくさくなどない。
He's literally a Yakuza, but
彼の
okay.
語る夢は未来を先取りしているからこそ、それが見える者には妄想にしか見えんだけだ。女のお前には未来など見えん。
ええ、女の私には未来など見えません。でも現在なら見えます。私の目の前で狡猾な二枚舌の詐欺師たちに丸め込まれ騙されてなお妄信している哀れな夫の姿。
ねえ、黙れ。お前には金も事業も経済も何もわからん。夫の仕事に口は出すな。妻は家事だけをしてればいい。
Bitch, shut up.
お前は黙っていろ。
I don't care if it's the 80s, you shut your mouth. That's way past when you can say that. We're not in the 50s, Kraus. Without another word, Natsuhi fell silent just as Kraus had hoped she would. She was already far beyond anger and sadness, and an empty emotion lay on the other side of those was almost an indifferent pity. Kraus, who had been in awe of Kinzo since he was very young, had started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. What a dumbass. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Uchiromiya family's long history. The talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. To give the two of them a chance to talk alone, Natsuhi told the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and they left the room for the time being. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom and made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. These were things that Natsuhi hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Oh my god. Natsuhi herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wise place to intrude on such matters. However, this might have meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of the sin had been made quite clear to Natsuhi. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself, perhaps because he had gotten a headache. He hid his face and sank into silence. Natsuhi had noticed the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. When she touched the cup of tea, she had noticed for the first time. The sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Aww, Natsuhi. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would be a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kinzo, Ava, and the others must not learn of such a thing. Therefore, Kraus had been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method.
権利書と委任状を預けた。
それはどう
When
いう意
Kraus
味で
was
すか
saying probably meant that he in essence signed away the rights to his assets. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would still have some leeway under the law. He would have to deal with a bank which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would be able to work something out with the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. What the hell did you do, Kraus? In other words, even the mansion they were living in. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Far from using the collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling their house to borrow money. Oh my god. He's like a gambling addict. He's just like doing whatever without. It's so selfish.
つまり後宮家の生殺与奪は金貸したちの手に委ねられていたわけですね。彼らがほんのわずかの気まぐれを起こしてと私たちは今すぐにも荷物をまとめ出ていかなくてはならないということですね。
理屈上はそうだ。だが取引の相手はいずれも社会的信用のある人物ばかりだ。
Kappa.
サラ金じゃないぞ。経済人同士の信用取引だ。
Just give the
私の
loan
相手を
back.
信用している。相手だって私に金を貸すことで私が大きな事業を成功させ投資した額が大きくなって帰ってくることを信用している。委任状を預けたのは私の誠意と事業の絶対の成功を疑わないからだ。ここで渋ったらどうなる？自分の事業に自分で自信が持てないことになるだろう。
If you were a successful businessman, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? Natsuhi only barely stopped herself from saying
お
that.
父様は亡くなりました。するとあなたの借金が白日の元となり他の兄弟たちに咎められることになるわけですか。
それだけでは済まない。多分刑事訴訟にも及ぶだろう。
治訴訟どうしてですか？
君は知らない方がいい。とにかく絶対にこのことを誰にも知られてはならんのだ。
Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He's probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survival. Kraus had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses, and that he would definitely gain huge profits. So he figured that even if he stepped over a few legal lines, he'd probably be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This may give Ben the factor that lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing had occurred, and they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long.
私たちはどうなるのですか？
心配することはない。君は信じてくれんな。景気は今確実に上向いているんだ。私が都心で投資した不動産価値はみるみる上昇している。今それらを統合して巨大ビジネスタワーを建設する計画が進んでいる。これは私のこれまでの投資の中で最も確実で最も大きな成功をしているものだ。ただそれは身をつけるのにまだ時間をかける。絶対に確実だが今すぐというわけではないのだ。
その事業の成功は借金を返済するに足りるものですか？
もちろんだと思う。これまでの借金を全て帳消しにできる。だから信じてくれ。もう少しだけ時間が欲しいんだ。
しかしお父様はもうお亡くなりになってしまいました。もうその時間はないのですよ。
分かっている。分かっているとも。だからどこかから金を調達して今すぐに借金を返さなくてはならない。とにかく金が必要なんだ。金が大量に。
Oh my goodness, Kraus. As Kraus roared and clutched his head, he writhed about as if in pain. She watched several emotions swirled about in Natsuhi's chest. Her emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband while also feeling that he was a fool. He's a fucking dumbass. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Then he gets his strokes and dies. Oh my god, imagine. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation, and yet he carelessly waited for this moment to come, and was now writhing about. Her husband was so dumb and pitiful. It would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. However, she was his wife. For a wife, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. Ugh, Natsuhi, no, you just need a better husband or wife. However, she didn't have a clue what she should do. Since there had been such a massive amount of money within arm's reach, it was only natural that Kraus had tried to dip his hands into it. It would be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on it, but that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushiromiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiromiya family for her whole life. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart.
そうだ。親父の隠し黄金。10トンの黄金なら200億の価値がある。あれさえあれば。そうそう。夏日、あれだ。魔女の碑文だ。あれを解こう。一緒に解こう。黄金さえ見つかれば万事解決なんだ。そうさ。この島のどこかに隠されてるはずなんだ。あれさえあれば。あれさえあれば。
一体。
Oh no.
あなた。やめてください。
Poor Natsuhi. Kraus, acting as though he thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arms tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She wasn't taken aback because she heard him bring up something as fake sounding as hidden gold. This was Kraus, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. This was why Natsuhi was doubly taken aback.
そうだ、ジェシカにも協力してもらおう。子供の感性でなら解けることもあるかもしれない。今は一家の一大事なんだ。みんなで協力し合わなくてはな。そうだ、あんなの親父が作った気まぐれな謎なんだ。解けるはずさ、解けないはずがないんだ。それしかないんだ。ああ、夏日、本当によかった。まだ手は残っていたんだよ。こんなに身近に。この島に黄金はある。それさえあれば万事解決なんだ。夏日、ジェシカを呼ぶんだ。今すぐここに。家族の危機は家族で乗り越えよう。さあ早く。黄金はこの島にある。すぐ身近にあるんだ。
Unable to withstand the pain in the arm as he was twisting his excitement, Natsuhi knocked Kraus aside. Kraus tipped over the edge of the bed and flopped onto the floor.
いい加減にしてください。そしてどうか冷静になられてください。後ろ宮家の一大事にそんな夢みたいなことを言い出してどうするというのですか。
夏日、
あなたもよく頭を冷やされて現実的な金策をお考えになってください。私も頭を冷やしてきます。
待ってくれ、夏日。
Maybe he had come to his senses the instant he fell over. Kraus told Natsuhi to stop, but she just kept walking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsuhi dashed away. I think I'm gonna pause here and go to another game. Was a nice intro. I'm excited to continue and stuff. I just want a little break, you know what I mean? Little break from Umineko. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Genji.
大変失礼いたしました。奥様、お怪我はございませんか。
私は大丈夫です。放っておきなさい。
かしこまりました。
源氏、お父様の書斎はどうなっていますか。
そのままにしております。南條先生は客間におられますが。
そうですか。書斎の鍵は持っていますか。
はい、ございます。
お貸しなさい。しばらく私とお父様の二人きりにするように。もし主人に私のことを聞かれても知らないというのですよ。
かしこまりました。
After grabbing the keys to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuhi rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, finally let out a wail and cried. Oh, 24 hours straight. Heck no. Maybe one day that would be cool.
愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。
Oh, poor Natsuhi. Maybe one day that would be cool. I'd have to prepare for that though.
私と主人はお父様の築き上げてきたものを受け継ぐことができます。罪深く愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。そしてもしお許しいただけるならばどうか愚かな私たちを お導きください。
100 follower celebration? Maybe. Meppa. Clinging to Ginzo as he slept in the bed. Maybe 500 follower celebration. Or 250 or something like that. Something a little bit more umpity. Although 100 followers is very good. Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuhi cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up and suddenly patting her head. Aww. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations came true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. Even so, Natsuhi begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here listening to her. Believing this, Natsuhi begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and helped even more earnestly.
やかましいぞ。私は沈黙を尊ぶといつも言っている。
Logic deniers say it's fake, but magic enjoyers and believers know this is him. Homunculus! That voice made Natsuhi jump in surprise. When she faced in the direction that voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, folding up his reading glasses.
またクラウスと喧嘩をしたのか。嫁をいたわらぬとはクラウスに。
Per
私の
Kinzo!
悪いところばかりを受け継ぎよる。
お父様。
なんというみそぼらしい顔か。顔を洗え。仮にも後ろ宮家次期当主の妻ではないか。そんな情けない面を使用人に見せてはならぬぞ。
はい、お父様。失礼しました。
Natsuhi understood this was just an illusion, one that Natsuhi had created out of her desire to speak with the memory of Kinzo as he once was. No, that wasn't it. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this world caused it to vanish in an instant.
Oh,
it's magic. It's Kinzo trying to help her and materialize.
はい、お父様。夫を支えることができませんでした。本当に申し訳ありません。
つくづく後ろ宮家は呪われている。私が当主を継承した時もそれはひどいものだった。お前たちの苦難などまだまだ可愛いものだ。
Kinzo's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Uchiromiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but Kinzo had nothing to do with that. Then the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others at that sinking ship. In that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to revive the Uchiromiya family. They then found a common ground and selected Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders had really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Uchiromiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions.
はい、お父様の苦難の日々はよく存じております。
そして戦争が始まった。当時の私はもう生きていくことに疲れ果てていた。戦場で死ねればと願ったが、前線には送られなかった。
Well, that's good, because I'm pretty sure they're talking about World War II, so if you got sent to the front lines, he would be a Nazi.
しかし日に日に戦況が悪化し、本土決戦の時が近づいてきていた。私は不謹慎にもその日が早くやってくることを願っていた。
After listening to the approaching footsteps of that Reaper day in and day out, it is said that Kinzo started cutting his ties with this world one by one, and that on that day when he had severed all his regrets, when he reached a state of enlightenment, it is said that he had a mystical experience. It is said that he met her, the Golden Witch Beatrice.
私は魔女と契約を交わし、黄金と狂気の力を与えられた。その日を境に、古き私は死に、狂気の魔力を得た新しき私が誕生したのだ。
存じております。そして戦後、お父様は天才的辣腕にて後宮家を復興させるのです。
The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo had stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. If he wanted to describe the mystical experience following all that as a meeting with a witch, that claim certainly shouldn't be dismissed out of hand.
そうですね。お父様は戦争からお帰りになり、魔女ベアトリーチェを従え、真の意味での後宮家当主となられたのです。
そうだ。ベアトリーチェに出会う以前の私は、当主と呼ばれるだけの人形に過ぎ、私は黄金の魔女を従えて初めて当主たり得たのだ。
お父様、その黄金の魔女は新しき当主である夫クラウスには力を貸してくださらないのでしょうか。
貸すであろうな。真に当主を継承したならば。
真に継承するとはどういう意味ですか。
真の意味で後宮家の当主としての責任と誇りを持てるかどうかということだ。夏日、お前ならば分かっているはず。当主とは血で継承されるものではない。魂と信念によって継承されるのだ。クラウスが我が長男であっても、それがなくては真の当主とは呼べない。そしてそれが心に宿されていたなら、その人間はたとえクラウスでなくとも黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェはその真の当主に力を貸すであろう。そうであるな、ベアトリーチェ。
ベアトリーチェ。When Kinzo called the witch's name, golden butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuhi stared at the scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then the witch of the portrait appeared.
いかにも、わらわこそが後宮家顧問錬金術師黄金のわらわは奔放にして自由、誰の命令も聞かぬ。
それを世界でたった一人、私だけが支配した。だからこそ後宮家の当主たり得るのだ。
その傲慢さこそが後宮家当主の資格だというか。
傲慢とはすなわち自信であり勇気である。そしてそれに見合う力を得ようとする悪なき向上心の表れである。だからこそ私はお前を支配した。
傲慢を語る男がそれを実現していく様を見るのは心地よいものだ。不言実行は強運なる者の言い訳に過ぎぬ。真の王者は持たぬ者さえも語る。そしてその傲慢を確かに実現してみせるのだ。わらわを支配できる者にはその王者の傲慢が必要だ。
わかるか、夏日。真の王者はあらゆる苦難を恐れぬ。必ず乗り越えられると公言する。その算段がなくともだ。
Are they talking about Butler or something?
だから弱者は希望を持つ。集い、あがめ、協力を誓う。そこに力が生まれ、それを心に刻め。
Excuse me.
はい、お父様。
Natsuhi understood. Through the mystical experience, Kinzo was telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch. In other words, the true head of the Uchiromiya family must not fear hardship. Such a person must believe that they can overcome any hardship. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they'll have no chance of overcoming their challenges. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she entered this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do.
私は愚かでした。後ろ宮家の一大事に泣き言を言う暇などあるわけもありません。そしてお父様から後ろ宮家を引き継いだ以上、私たちは何があってもその名誉を守り抜きます。
ほう、どうやってクラウスの借金を返済するか、その青写真も描けぬのにか。
Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi wasn't confused anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes.
はい、今はどうすればいいのか、その方法をまだ見つけることはできません。しかし私の夫は新しき後ろ宮家の当主であり、私はそれを支える妻です。ですから夫に代わり私が宣言します。
聞こ
う。後宮クラウスと夏日は必ずやこの苦難を乗り越え、後宮家の名誉を守ってみせます。お父様にご心配をおかけすることはありません。
クラウスの借金の規模と惨憺たる状況については知っておる
が。はい、この屋敷さえ明日には立ち退けと命じられても拒めぬという最悪の状況です。遺産分配となれば親族たちに刑事告発さえされるかもしれません。しかし心配には及びません。そうなる前に借金をすべて返済し、名誉を取り戻します。
As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuhi proclaimed this clearly with Ushiromiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away.
おし、なぜにこやつが我が息子ではなかったのか。
その資質を持つ女を息子がめとったことさえ、これもまたそなたの強運よ。
ベアトリーチ、私の最後の命令だ。
当主でないそなたの命令をもはや聞く義理はないぞ。
おう、ならば新しき後宮家当主の命令に従え。
そなたはすでに当主でなく、わらわは誰に仕えよというのか。
お前にそれを委ね、後宮家の当主を受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか、そして片翼のわしの紋章を背負うにふさわしいかどうか。
Is that why she's testing everyone or
お
something?
前が確かめるのだ。
断るぞ。
Oh, for food.
当主でなき男の命令など聞けぬわ。
いや違うぞ。これは遺言である。当主が残したお前への最後の命令である。
ならば従わぬわけにはいかぬか。わらわもつくづく付き合いがよい。
違うな。
ほう。
興味を持ったからであろう
つくづくそなたには隠し事ができんな。
が。夏日、
はい、お父様。
乗り越えてみよ。この苦難を。
はい。
That might have seemed like a mere response to Natsuhi, but to King's own Beatrice, it seemed to be something of much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply with emotion as elegant as her dress, and she bowed deeply before Natsuhi.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。後ろ宮家の苦難を再び乗り越えるためそなたの力となろうぞ。
ありがとう。あなたの力が必要です。私たちは必ずこの苦難を乗り越え。
そのために助力は惜しまぬが先に断らねばならぬ。かつて金蔵の窮地を救ったようにそなたに再び莫大な黄金を与えれば。しかしそれはできぬのだ。
そうですか。
すまんな、夏日。ベアトリーチェの黄金は私一代限りという契約なの。そしてそれを受け継ぐためには魔女の碑文を解かねばならぬのが取り決め。
黄金は碑文にて封じられている。だからそれを解けぬ限りそなたに黄金の魔法は与えられぬ。
わかりました。ならば他の方法でこの窮地を脱する方法を模索しましょう。主人は時間をかけるとは言っていますが、必ず借金は返済できると言っています。そのための時間を得ることができればこの苦難は乗り越えられます。
よいぞ夏日、続け。
しかし金蔵はもう死んでいるぞ。医者と使用人は葬儀の準備。そなたは親族たちにその連絡。そなたは自らその金策の猶予時間を自ら刃を下ろす断頭台も愉快なものよ。
Startled out, Natsuhi looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there, but even so, Natsuhi had found something.
降りたか、魔力が。
夏日、決まったか。わらわに望む奇跡の魔法が。
Once again, all of those who witnessed Kinzo's corpse were gathered in the study. Kraus was still impatient and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces, but in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression.
あなたにもう一度お尋ねします。金策は間違いないのですね。
1年、いやせめて半年あれば必ず実る計画なんだ。しかし今すぐにはどうしても無理なんだ。
ならばそれを待ち。
親父はもう死ん。
お父様はお亡くなりになどまだこうしてご健在であられます。
When Natsuhi said this, everyone jumped and looked up because they instantly understood what those words meant. However, Klaus alone didn't get it right away and asked her.
それはどういう意味だね。親
Dumbass.
父はもう現にそこに。
繰り返します。お父様は未だにご自身の研究がお忙しいので、これまで以上に書斎を出ることはできません。ですから私たちはお父様が研究に専念できるように
So she did see Kinzo, but he was just still dead. So when she went to go see Kinzo and get advice, and he like said like patted and gave her advice, it was his like magic ghost thing. But interesting. So I was kind of right about that. I was kind of right to think that he still existed. Bitches. I'm just kidding.
理解できていますね、源氏。
はい、片翼のわしの家具はこれからも親方様にお仕えいたします。
熊沢、そして南條先生、私の話は理解できました。
それでいいのかね、夏井さん。
お父様は確かに今日お亡くなり。しかし今この場にいる私たち全員が信じることで。お父様を
無理です、そんな。
解剖すれば死亡時期を不審がられることは避けられん。
お父様はお亡くなりにならないのですから、解剖などされる言われはありませんよ。
Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Kinzo would live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to rest in peace. Naja repeatedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuhi kept saying that this wouldn't be a problem.
お父様は死亡届によってお亡くなりになるのではありません。
そうか、失踪届か。
After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fist.
そうです。借金が無事に返済でき、お父様にお休みいただける準備が整ったなら、その時にお父様の失踪を宣言します。
Rokunjima's vast uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They would secretly search for him without success, then be forced to report his disappearance.
失踪なら死体がなくても死亡届を出せる。
Well, this certainly is the answers arc, isn't it? And I'm glad I like this so far.
死亡時期を隠せるということだ。どうだ、南條先生。これなら何の問題もない。
He's a little too excited about this. Your dad just died, honey.
確かにそういうことにはなりますが。
それで良いのですか、奥様。
Oh my god, relax.
確かに私たちが黙っていれば親方様がですが、どこでどう間違って誰かに知られないとも。
熊沢、声が大きいです。お父様はあちらでお休み中なので起こしてしまわれるつもりですか？
It isn't a corpse, Kinzo's sleeping. Natsui said that. Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing odd at all about her words. I think I'm gonna say, hey, sorry, I was busy a bit. Oh no, you're totally okay. I'm actually gonna save right here. What happened? Natsu, he basically told everyone, so Kinzo's still alive, right? He's just sleeping right there. And so, yeah, she was trying to convince everyone. And not Kinzo. Kraus was getting a little bit too excited about that. And he was like, yeah, then let's do this. And yeah, and we're like, yeah, he's gonna go missing. And I was like, whoa, Kraus, he did just die. But I'm going to end it here. I'm getting a little tired. But I will have fun playing this more later, and also some other games later for sure. So thank you so much for watching, whether it's a little bit or a lot. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys all have a good rest of your day or a better time. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.